Okay. Let me pause Twitch and YouTube autoplay. And now let's go to, what am I doing now? Oh, music. I need some tunes. I think I like this one, Medieval Lo-Fi. Okay, Medieval Lo-Fi. I haven't looked at Blue Turtle in a while. Blue Turtle's a good lo-fi channel. 9 days ago. Let's try this one. Oh, I need to take this off. Switch this. Go here. Hopefully that doesn't mess up anything. Oh, put the music in my head. Let me check this lo-fi out. Yeah, sure. Let's give it a try. I'm going to tone it down. I want it kind of subtle. And then I gotta reset it. All right. Okay. Get my Twitch stats going. All right. So I have a couple goals today. Number one, I want to do some basic class setup for my, basically all my player classes. I'm going to turn into AI, and from there, I can do some boss simulations and stuff. A little bit more. And after that, I'm going to do so let's make a new folder in database. We're going to do I'm trying to think if this is more work than I want to do right now. It is kind of a lot of work. I probably don't even need to do the players part of it, but it will help with balancing too in some ways, as a general rule. So maybe I do need to do it. I've done a couple cool things with I've made it so like things fade in and out when they load. I've improved loading sequence between levels. Health bar values are a little better, a little more clean. I figured like there's no point in showing current and maximum, just show the current. Even the trees and stuff have been optimized a little bit. Even network optimization's been fixed up a little bit, making everything a dormant actor instead of net relevancy fighting to basically delete them in and out. And then this is one of the bosses I've created. They have a pole. It's like a very tanky. The key thing here is, even though we're a tap target game, this is a cleaving boss. So anyone that's in front of the Melinda Stoutheart here is going to get smashed by her attacks. And then the other thing she has is she has a pole with stun, which brings you into getting smacked, obviously. But then she also has, which you'll maybe see here if I don't die again. Again, it's a boss. It's meant for multiple people to do this, and it being a stunner, it kind of it's gonna smack me around. I can just lower the level of it. That's not the right one. Is it? Oh, it is. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Let's make it a light. But yeah, a little bit of polish and cleanup here. Things will seem a little bit better. A little bit more polish on the health bar and stuff. Took the time to deconstruct some things were being overly set. Trying to add a little bit of polish attacks, like the showing when hits hit, with the some screen shake and stuff. This is a very hard boss to showcase much on. It's because of the 5 second. There's like a 5 second stun on pull, so it's not a very solo friendly boss. And you'll see once I get this thing down to 70% health, it'll actually pop its thorn wall, basically, or damage reflect. So you actually have to stop attacking type thing. And I actually need to make the attack unresistible. Where is it? This is not even right. Okay. I should be able to access it here. Thorns. Just don't change thorns. And we're gonna make this. We're just gonna make it nature, I think. I'll just make it unavoidable. I want it to be that type of thing that if people aren't paying attention, they're gonna get smacked. So yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to go through creating the simulation stuff up, or if I want to do the fun thing, which is creating implementing my combat system features I want to do. You know what? Let's do this. Let's bite the bullet. Let's do the Sims. The class simulations. Okay, so database. We're gonna do player simulations, and so we're going to grab a random enemy. We're gonna need a archer, enchanter, healer, mage, tank, rogue, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. Yeah. All right. Copy this. Hopefully this goes a little faster than I kind of expected to. This is... Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We're gonna remove archer. Put an archer simulation. Okay. So part of the reason why I'm doing this is I'm designing a lot of boss encounters, and I want to be able to gauge balance, gauge damage numbers, gauge pacing, like all these things. I really need to replace healer with cleric. Cleric. I'm gonna put that in my notes real quick. Rename healer to cleric. Rename tank to warrior. And rename archer to something. Maybe ranger? Could be a throwback to EQ. We'll see. Mage. To rename archer to mage. Oh, I didn't do simulations. Shit. I did that. Did it there. Did it there. Sometimes it's really annoying how much you have to go back and forth between view modes in Unreal. This is Archer, and it is Rogue. Alright. It's gonna be a warrior. Okay. Alright, now hopefully I won't need these attacks at all. We shall see. Alright, let's first start with a simple test of number one. We gotta get all our spawns. Let's do a quick collapse. And actor spawn. Archer simulations. Okay. Cleric sim. Spectre sim. I'm feeling good. Got some coffee in me. I was like kind of hyped for this. Then I sat down, like looking at this, and I'm like, oh my god, this might be a lot of work. Got a little discouraged, but I think it'd also just be good for the stream, showing off some boss fights and things, how they're actually supposed to work. Alright, so all those are there. And then as far as the kits go, we're going to attempt to just plug in the Oh yeah, I can't do that. So I need to set up the kit AI. So they set up a little bit differently. I'm going to go to the player abilities. And so these traps I'll probably put in as defensive abilities. This may not all work, but we're going to try it. And sure, we'll try a dodge roll in there as well. Actually, this is probably a bad idea, doing all that. I will put the dodge roll there. And then I think we'll start with this. Dodge roll. Auto attack. God, I hate this sometimes. Auto attack. And what else? And then okay, we're just gonna start with basics. So it might get more complicated. I think there's certain abilities we're gonna have to change how certain things work, but trap 2. Taunting shot, do not want them to have. Power shot. Will be there. Try at least. Alright, so let's just test this on. So this is what? This is the target dummy. Get rid of these guys. This is, we're just gonna do a actor spawn spider. Level 8, and then we're gonna do archer sim. Make this a player. And then if we just hit play, they should spawn to start fighting each other. Okay, and if we do the new editor, alright, and then I do need the archer scaling stuff, so let's go over here. Curve, I think it's ranged. It's for health, curve. Yeah, and power base is all the same right now. Then we'll at least start with that. So, kit, enchanter. This one's probably going to take some custom work to actually get working right, but so their main attack is going to be the enchanter pet. Then they will occasionally do a stun. Sleep. both clarity. That's probably a bad idea. I'm probably gonna need a full. Yeah, let's start with that. And let's see what they do. Interesting. If we have like two or three of these. Oh my lord. Oh, didn't change the... Oh, I did. I just didn't change the model. Parkour. I probably need to remove my parkour joke. Oh, maybe I didn't do the enchanter thing. Enchanter simulation. Enchanter. Did I not? Oh, I didn't do the kit. Come on. Kit. And then we can delete this. Or let's open the enchanter. Copy some of the items. Let's put the enchanter to a skeleton. And then pull the archer. Change this mesh to the one girl. Actually, let's do the orc girl. It's fine. All right. So stun went off. So there's a pet there. No. Oh, I need to turn something off there. That's funny. Okay. So mezzing. So this is like how the simulations are working. They're actually trying to do different things. Stunning. Now I need to go to the enchanter pet. Enchanter pet. I'm going to turn off, was it overlay? Well, I remember this. I'm going to also do it for the target dummies. I have a very subtle outline to the characters now as well. But it does, on certain things that are supposed to be a little bit translucent, it doesn't work with them. Alright, already it's like somewhat working. It's not supposed to be perfect anyway. Healer. We're gonna get what do I want for a healer here? Could probably do a plate. Or I'll just do the druid, whatever. Healer-esque. Druid. Take away the... Yeah, I gotta open up the cleric. I'm not digging this music. Sorry. Random aside. I'm gonna go back to one I usually go to. I'll skip that first song. Because my brain says no. Okay. We have that. Now let's get the other cleric up. Just copying over the weapons to be able to identify. Just delete those. Paste. Okay, next one. Oh, this is wrist or shield. And then kit. Kit. Kit, healer, player. Oh, right, I can't do that. It needs to be the simulation because this is AI. I have different kits for if you're a healer or an AI. Alright, so healer attack. We'll plop there. Heal AoE will do, and obviously the heal category, heal big and heal over time, and heal small. we'll do a root in the debuff category. What else is there? I'm not doing the auto attack. And the attack is there. Yeah, I think that's good. And we'll bring out the cleric. Cleric sim. Got some smites going off. Root. Another smite. Now she won't heal until her allies are below 70% health. Now, I don't know why the archer is set so low in health. That's not correct. Alright, so back to archer. Did I do the... I thought I did the stats for this thing. Stats. Okay. It's a little weird. Enchanter. Health core is ranged. Stat curve. And then healer. Do melee. And now we're going to get mage. Okay. We can just delete this and this. Set the mage to the wizard or the sorcerer. And then the kit. Is kit mage. This one's pretty easy overall. So AoE knockback, I'll put a defense slot. Auto attack. See if it works here. They're in the microwave. Mage dot will be on the debuff slot. Mage projectile on the attack slot. And teleport. I guess we'll also do on the defense slot. Let's do RNG on these. And I think that's good overall. And then lastly, the health curve. Okay. Mage sim. So to clear this up a little bit, I'm going to take the spiders, put them away. Let's put this to, let's just say, I guess we'll just do for, I guess. Let's just do one spider, I guess. Level 10, level 10. Or everything's level 8, so that's fine. Just keep it 8. Gotta move them close enough together. Actually, what I can do is let's open all these. Let's increase their aggro radius. So basically, I want them to all just start attacking anything I put down. So I'll put this to just like 20,000. Hopefully that gets them to aggro the spider. Apparently not. What I might need to do is do a spawn delay on the spider by just 5 seconds. Maybe all spawning at the same time so they're not detecting each other. Or not. That's the mage, cleric, janner. Alright, I'm just gonna let's get the damn tank done. Okay. Just gonna pluck out the warrior dude. And now get the sword and shield. Wait, what? Oh, that's the... Where'd my warrior go? Right. Alright. Next up, copy. Paste. Shield. Kabink. Kabink. Stats. Health curve. Tank. And the kit. Tank sim. Alright. archer. So now we can get the stupid tank. Tank sim. Actor spawn. I do need to set up his abilities. Open his kit. Now go to the tank. So put in the auto attack. We're also going to randomly shield bash. Oops. Just RNG. In rage, we'll just do his defensive. Pull. We will do as engage. And then attack 1 and attack 3. Oops. Let's just see how that goes. Said something wrong. Warrior, to do his kit wrong. Yep. Okay. So set up a squad of player classes as AI. And so my goal here is to, basically attempt simulation of. Why is he attacking me? That's hilarious. I'm clearly gonna have to copy these abilities. Why am I being casted on? I'm not an enemy. That's funny. Just teleporting with the mage. Why is the what? I'm not an enemy. Why does it think I'm an enemy? They're actually hitting each other, it seems, too. This is the first time I've ever done like a full-on simulation of teams, so my AI is not really built for doing something like this. At least it's not like tested for it, so. They're all trying to hit each other, and they can't deal damage to each other. It's kind of funny. Alright, with that little test out of the way, I'm probably not going to do it, but let's just try on the, let's bring out our group boss here. Put the warrior there, cleric over here, chanter over here, archer over here. Oh yeah, I can do a couple things here. So mage, movement, follow distance, we're going to set this like to 900. Same with the enchanter. What else? Archer. I'll make sure they don't group up as much. basically creating an auto chess here. This is so wild that they think I'm right now it might work a little better. Alright, phase 2 coming up. Oh, mage down. Threw it down. Cleric down. It's almost that second phase. Go, go, go. Crash. Alright, let's do this. Let's make our team a little bit higher level than everything. This is warrior. I also need to rename everything. 10 and 10. So this is Archerbot. Oh, name. Clericbot. Enchanterbot. Magebot. Warriorbot. Robot. Alright. Two levels higher. Let's see if they can, oh, I can probably spectate too. Let's do that. Get myself out of the way. Nice blink. It's so wild that they're attacking each other. It's so stupid. And the healer must not identify them as allies either, so they're not. It's not going to be healing. Cleric down, or archer down. The mage just keeps blinking everywhere. There we go. Good AoE, mage. Good job. You got it. You got this. Uh-oh. Might want to avoid that, people. Might want to, you know, kill our Mesdiads, maybe. Maybe. Oh, phase 2. The god to phase 2. And we crash. Too many AI going after each other. Let's once again, we're gonna bump our player character levels up a little bit, just so I can see the fight. Alright, the tank pulls. A little bit of AoE coming out. Big AoE from the boss. Aggro's the rest of the team. And the fight starts. They're going. Ads have been spawned. Oh, his pet spawn. His pet ability got interrupted. Good job on the team. The mage is trying to kill the cleric. Blinking everywhere. Because they can. Big stun for the warrior. Oh, that was the enchanter stun. We're doing some good work. We got some good CC this time. Oh, phase 2. Why is this doing this? Oh, big jump from the boss. AoE root comes out. Bunch of ads are spawning. Big AoE. Jumping away. Getting away from everyone. Boom, 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 boom. The boss is going wild. Big stun. Big stun. AoE root. It looks like the boss might be winning. What are you doing? Kill the ads. Don't stand in the fire. Minus DKP. This is actually fun to see. I can actually show the boss in a meaningful way. It's kind of fun to watch. Big AoE heal. Why are these characters all dead at the ground? Oh, are they respawn? Oh, they're respawning. Okay. So my simulations are dying and respawning. That's kind of funny. So I need to disable respawn. Where's that at? Respawn. Do I really not have a... I think it's a spawn limit. Spawn limit 1. All right, but this is kind of cool. I'm kind of liking where this is going, and so a little more motivation here. I'm gonna have to the first things first. Why are they still think everyone is not themselves? Must be a threat component thing. Targeting, no threat. So if we scan for or search for targets, this. I'm gonna add a little description to this. Keywords separated. BAF and social. BAF. Oh, really? What about here? Okay, there we go. All right. All right, so new target. Am I just not doing allies? I gotta be doing allies somewhere. Target is valid. So we get the alliance of the new target, get the alliance of that target. Let's just see if it's doing this ad. Okay, that looked like they all added them. Alright, I don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting this. I just want to get some of the basics set up. So what we're going to have to do, unfortunately, start with the mage. The teleport. We will copy the teleport. I'm going to put like a 12-second cooldown on that. The AoE. I have to rename all of these. Sim. Range we're going to change to like 400. Cooldown's fine. And then that's fine. That's fine. So right off the bat, if we go to the mage now, the kit, we swap this to the sim. Oh, the teleport range as well. Teleport range is also going to be like 400. That way it won't get used unless they're in 400 range. Mage dot is good. These are RNG. And those kind of have cooldowns and stuff. Alright. So right off the bat here, the mage should be doing like much better. They're not blinking everywhere. Now apparently they're putting allies on their own hit list for some reason. Which is so weird. Why is that happening? Alright, so let's print, these are the allies that are being set up. It should just be a giant list of everything. Parkour! Yeah, those are all allies. But then, if we come down here, are they getting added to the target list here? They're not. He just added them. We'll get new target. Get new target. I don't think they'd have randomized targets on, right? Oh, come on. Epic. Oh, that's the wrong one, that's fine. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. Oh, maybe it's reinforcements. Yeah, that's the culprit. Reinforcements enabled. Doesn't seem like it. Threat reinforcement, so getting the character type AI, owner of this component, comparing it with the new target. Oh, so maybe we need to compare it to this target. Yeah, so this is wrong. think. Yeah, so we're scanning the area for targets. Whatever we hit, we need to compare it to okay. Need to note this down in my Discord. Bug fixing. Bug with reinforcements. Not comparing team based on sphere trace. I have to mark a lot of my bugs because some of these are bugs with the vertical thread itself, and so I go back and fix them and do a patch as well. So that might actually help because I think it was potentially the root cause here of adding everyone to threads, and that randomly is probably going to make my AI feel a little bit more polished, because that's kind of a bigger bug. Alright, that seems to have made a huge difference. Drew our healers down. Phase 2 though. Daily root. Big explosion. Jump. The warrior did a massive pull. Oh, the warrior pull I need to set to actually activate knockback resistance. Or include knockback resistance. I probably need to make him immune, just CC in general. It seems like a little bit OP too. Or at least, let's do this. I don't think I have a crowd control resistance yet. But first things first, I need to go to the pull of the warrior, which I think is actually on the AI master here, because I did some custom code for this stuff. Okay. We'll start blend. just not pull end location. So I don't know if just multiplying this by like a float would do the job. There's actually a really big bug with my code, to be honest. I'm actually so happy I found that. Phase 2. V3RD is my own. So our background is we started out in 2015 as indie devs. Oh, we actually killed it this time. Cool. Started out in 2015, just jumped into the industry cold turkey. We're indie devs for basically 3 years, building a product called, or a game called Castle Day. It was like a kind of a meme. In some, like in today's ways, it would kind of be called like a friend slap game, but King of the Hill. But it started as a game jam. We had 3 different versions of it. The third version was ending up like we basically scope crept, and it kept growing and growing and growing. If you ever want to check it out, there's 3 different versions of what we did with Castle Day. If we go to start gaming. Away you. We have 3 different versions of Castle Day here. We have 3.0, 2.0, and 1.0. And so this is kind of like our old stuff that we did. And then we basically got to this point where we're building this one, which is basically if you think of like the first day of an MMO launch, the excitement of tons of people around doing quests and killing stuff and just doing random things around the map. We wanted to encapsulate that into like a match-based game, and so that was the final version of Castle Day. And what ended up happening was we needed to do a lot of like data and abilities and things, so we started to build our own tools, and those tools kept growing and growing and growing, and they eventually grew so big to the point where we're like, hey, the industry kind of needs something like this, right? And because there isn't really many full game architectures out there. And basically that's what we set out to do. We set out to create a full game architecture, and we sell it on Fab. But basically from 2019 to 2022, we were working on game tech. And so our whole ability systems, our quests, our crafting are all powered by that tech we made previously. And that's what Vertical Third is. And so in this entire like little raid, this is basically this isn't a raid, but it's a group boss. All of his abilities are powered by Vertical Third. And so just today I'm setting up like player simulations. And so created an AI characters for each of our classes and kind of set them up to just kind of test. Like, it's very early stages of, like you see our healer and our mage just died right here, but we still have the tank, the enchanter, and the archer going. So it's like just trying to, now the archer died. It's just trying to begin the simulation process, and this can help with balancing, you know, damage numbers and stuff, because I will be creating a lot more different, like, kind of more advanced bosses and things. And so it's obviously a little bit harder to do because, you know, the mez, there's supposed to be a lot of teamwork and coordination, and the AI is going to just kind of like do random stuff. But I can see that they're wiping right now. But it's at least it's actually kind of fun to watch and see some of the boss abilities and things going on. Again, all powered by Vertical Third. And so, like right now, he's not casting one of his abilities very often. So I think I need to make that cooldown on that one a little bit longer. And so he rotates them more. Might be able to just do a RNG on his thing. But if you look here, like I have, is the architecture on this game you're showing, is that traditional MMO, like a few thousand concurrent per server or so? So it depends on how you, so the whole thing here is we're doing a very old school way of doing servers. And actually, the in-depth version I have a video on as well. Also on our, you're on my YouTube channel right now, but if you look at the actual YouTube channel videos, there's an Indie MMO tech stack. And so we're going back to like these of EverQuest, where basically one zone is one server. And so I don't have to worry about thousands of people online. I just have to worry about how many people can I fit into a zone. And so it's right here, how to build an Indie MMO tech stack. And so each zone is its own server. And so just as a kind of example here, we go to our levels. This is our main level where we're doing our basically 0 to level 15 or so, process. Yeah, and so it's literally, so like we use PlayFab, and each server, each zone is its own server. And so this zone here is its own server, and it's like a couple hundred mobs in it, some main bosses and stuff, and that boss is just showing you, spawns down here, and a bunch of loot and stuff. And so all we have to worry about is how many people can we fit per zone. It'd be wonderful if I hit like a 400, 500 person player count in a single zone. That'd be insane. I'm expecting more, between 100 and 200. But at that point, we get into layering like World of Warcraft. And so we'll probably have multiple versions of this zone that you're running on. And that gets into, with PlayFab, you can have multiple instances of your same server build running, and they can be either on the same machine or different machines. And so, it's all split up by cores and stuff. And so we run just 2 core servers in the cloud through PlayFab. And then, I also have a character select server, right? And so that's a separate server. And in this situation, the character select server, guess what? Nothing's replicated. People just connect to it. It's a dedicated server-client relationship, and nothing's replicated. So I probably won't need very many instances or layering, so-called to speak, of the character select server, because it's not like a single thing being replicated. It's just you communicating with the server, creating characters, making sure that server authority stuff is happening, all that. But then you connect, you connect to the character select server first for the login screen. Then you enter this world here, and then if I go back one more time just to show you the entrance, just like EverQuest back in the day, you can do this through just like walking through a zone, or again, sometimes EverQuest you would click on an object of some sort and zone in, which is just the first interpretation I've implemented. You walk up here, you click on the door, and that loads you into a different server. It loads you into the first dungeon place. And so this is where we have our first raid fight right now. And it's a dragon boss type thing. And so obviously we haven't really developed level much here, but this will be our first dungeon, like a lower Guk or Sibyllus, or whatever you want to call it. If you remember if you're coming from EverQuest days, or all the early WoW dungeons like a Wailing Caverns, or whatever. But we want to have a lot of motivation to actually do raids and stuff and get loot along the way your journey to max level that'll benefit you later on. And so there's going to be a reason to get the loot in these lower dungeons, because you'll use them in like crafting and other stuff later on in your journey at the high end. And so but yeah, we never have to worry about, if we have 1 million people online, we don't have to worry about segmenting them by like shard, right? It's very much just zone based. How many people can we fit in the zone? And yeah, of course. And especially because we don't want an instanced game. We want to go back to the roots where if you want to do a dungeon, you group up at that dungeon and you like have to prepare yourselves, gather your resources, and you like work your way down to get to that better loot at the bottom of the dungeon. And there's like risk and reward for doing that. And like you have to have a bit of a team that knows what they're doing, and like you're communicating and things like that. And so we are a slower paced game, and all of these factors. I'm going to just delete. I'm going to move them off to the side, I guess. What is this one? Spider. Spider, let's get rid of these for a sec. Mage. I think I did a decent enough integration with this stuff. It's like something I kind of want to get into, but I don't want to like really deep dive. But it's kind of amazing. I found like a nice bug. I fixed a good bug right there. But yeah, and I can show you like just the power of vertical third here. Oh, I did want to do one quick change. And then I have another, like if you're interested, and I'm sorry for like video spamming you here, but if you really want to understand what vertical third is all about, there's a vertical third channel, and I did a big game architecture, of course ads. My Tearyn account doesn't have ad stuff, but huge breakdown of everything vertical third's trying to solve, how it's supposed to be a game architecture. Like there's like two interpretations of game architecture, right? There's game engine architecture, which is like the whole engine itself and how you code it. But then there's your game project game architecture, and that's everything, how you organize your files, how easy it is to use and modify things. And that's what vertical third is supposed to be. It's supposed to be here's a giant group of systems that you can use and build off of, because it's all blueprint based, so you can modify and code it and whatever. And so that's exactly what we're doing with Ruins of Tearyn. It's like Ruins of Tearyn is like we're kind of building two products, right? It's like we have our tech already complete, and now we're building an indie MMO out of that tech, so they kind of like feed off each other, and it's the indie MMO, if we're proving that we can build it with vertical third, it really shines a light on how good vertical third tech is. It goes back to like right with like the Unreal Engine and Fortnite model. And so Fortnite obviously is a really wildly successful game that does a lot of things, and it can be on all these different platforms, which proves how good Unreal Engine is. And so yeah, that's cool. You saw it there. And both Ruins of Tearyn and vertical third have both been on the Unreal Engine live stream. Those are like 2 to 3 hour breakdowns as well. Again, not to video spam you, but if you do Ruins of Tearyn inside Unreal, we are here as well. And so this is like a deep dive more on the game direction we're doing. But this is, we started in November of 2025. No, November, December of 2024, and within like 3 months, we had an online playable, playable demo. We have a group, a solid MMO experience, and we're online in PlayFab, live environment, all these things. And that was like, again, the product's been, we started it literally in November, December 2024, so it's only existed for about a year. We've only been working on it less than part-time. And so we only have like 2 or 3 months of full-time work into it. And I would say that we are much farther along than the majority of MMOs. And obviously now we're on the Epic Game Store with a wish list. You can participate in playtests and stuff. Where our servers aren't down right now, but we're probably going to wait. I might do like a small test on Sunday on the 15th if you're interested. And then the next test is going to be on the 20th to 21st, or 20th to 22nd. Yeah, Spacetime DB, I saw it. I just don't know. So there's another, just to shout them out, there's another, it's like Elegon MMO. They're another indie MMO. Elegon, they're doing pretty good with their subs. Another one-person dev team. He's using Spacetime DB for his stuff. I actually messaged him, and he said, "Yeah, cool. You see him too." And so I messaged him and asked him about, because some of his videos, he talked about it being very pricey, right? You probably noticed that. And I'm like, what do you mean it's pricey? Like, when I do my PlayFab stuff, like, if I do intermittent testing, like, I don't even go through my free hours. I don't have to pay a dime. It's only if I have my stuff up, for 24/7 that it starts to actually charge me anything. And for a single server up online, it's about like $60 to $90 type thing a month, depending on like bandwidth and CPU's usage and stuff. And that's 24/7 for a single server. Now, like my setup right now for Tearyn is 3 servers, so that could get costly if I did it 24/7. But because I'm doing intermittent testing, it's literally basically free. I don't have to pay a dime. And the other thing I don't understand with Spacetime DB, again, I don't know how it works. I don't know the details of it. A big problem I think MMOs have is the Spacetime DB guy said it would run around $900 a month for energy or whatever for a full populated server, depending on programming, all that, I guess. I don't know. I know, like, just like with what I said, like $60 to $90 for 24-hour, 7 use uptime, and that's mostly, server uptime fees. The caveat there is I'm doing Windows servers, and I could probably half that price by doing Linux servers. I just haven't taken the time to, like, get a Linux system up and running and stuff. And so that would be even cheaper if I did it that way. A lot cheaper, as you might know, that Linux servers are dramatically cheaper than Windows. The thing I don't understand, right, is if you're not careful in an MMO environment, your own players will DDoS you. And so it's the type of thing that, like, say you're trying to craft something as a player, if every time you push that craft button as a player, you're reaching out to a server to see if you can do that type of, act or action, your own players can DDoS you through that. And I feel like Spacetime DB is constantly, everything you do is like spamming that with the client-server relationship. And I feel like that could really affect performance a lot. Whereas if you have a good client, I mean, you could probably program this with Spacetime DB and have client-side stuff, but making sure that your client is also doing the client-side checks. Like, do you have your own crafting mats you need? And if you do, you stop there at the client and you don't access the server. You still have to do the check once they say, like, the client obviously can lie, right? The client can lie and say, yes, I do have the stuff, even though you don't. And so when it does request the server has to do its own check again. But I feel like could be an issue. There's like again, I don't know enough about Spacetime DB to make a official like a diagnosis or whatever, but it feels like when they launched their game, I felt like there's a lot of performance problems, and so we'll see how it cooks over time. And then like something about spamming the database about like monsters' heights and stuff and their location in the world felt interesting. I don't really know. It just felt like there's some. I think it just might need a bit of time. But again, I don't really know exactly. But Elgon also talked about like millions. Like he talked about some simulation system he had that had like millions of data points, something like that, which is insane. Like why you would need that, or like what it's used for. Again, I don't really know, but I'm not that well versed in networking, to be honest. But I like to watch what people are making. More of an artist, and I can get around the blueprint and stuff. Yeah, I don't know exactly what he was trying to do with his simulations, but the number one thing about MMOs that we're trying to do is do not repeat the same mistakes as other MMOs, right? And don't overscope. Build a small world. Do not create new technology, which we're kind of lucky with that we did spend 3 years already building tech, right? We built our game architecture tech already. And again, vertical threads all blueprint based. Works fine. Haven't had a single problem so far. And so I'm really interested. Like that's one of the reasons why we're trying to playtest so often, is we're waiting for our moment where we actually get like 100 or 300 people on a server, and we can finally point to our vertical third product and be like, hey everyone, our blueprint-based MMO has 300 people playing on it with X amount of AI running around. Yeah, it's $20 to start, and then it bumps up to like once you actually make $800 in revenue, you're supposed to, pay. No, once you actually make $100,000 in revenue, you're supposed to pay $800. So it's that like you succeed, same like Epic model. You succeed when we succeed when you succeed type thing. It used to be $300, but then once Fab came out, we dropped it to $20, just because we wanted to like be available for students and things. And so, it's something that you can work with yourself and learn from it. You don't have to use it for you to power your game. Unfortunately, like we're never venture backed or funded type thing. So like we got our mega grants and stuff, but that paid for hardware and like rent and food, right? So, we do lack. Our weak point is definitely our written documentation. We have video documentation, but there's certain things we lack. But I'm always around in Discord and stuff, so I try to answer questions as best I can. There's like so much more I want to do with vertical third, and that's why we're doing Tearyn, right? Everything I learned from Tearyn, I'm notating down, and I'm going to fix my own bugs in vertical third, improve it. I did some upgrades to how UI communicates throughout the system last update, and so I am improving it. Not the fastest pace I'd like it to improve, but it's all kind of getting there. And so right now our focus is just really. It's kind of one of those things when you build tech, not many people, especially game tech, not many people will bat an eye unless you have a product that proves it can work and proves it does it well. And so that's kind of what we're focused on with Ruins of Tearyn. Oh, I keep getting distracted. Okay, so enemies. Going down to the king here. And I want to go to this kit. Alright, so, okay, so RNG might be broken. Let's try linear. But I'll show you just some of the things you can do. So this is the group boss that we're making for our zone here. And so that was a root, kind of a big kind of AoE blast line. I got like a summon spawns. Obviously, like animations were limited with what comes with assets and stuff like that. Now you're supposed to also do a swipe here. I'm about to die. Let me just up my level, or I'll make him level 1. So if I make him really low level, wrecked, I know, right? Oh, he's got 1 health. That's not gonna work. All right, let me do this. I have to go to my database online, up my level. So he's normally level 17, so I'll put him there. I have to, when I play, it does pull my character data from the cloud, and so I have to go update my character level here. And I'll put myself to like 25, not 225, 25. And that way he won't be able to hit me effectively. There, got that smash. Spawn some minions. Okay, I gotta play with the cooldowns a little bit here. Actually, yeah, let me, I think I need to fix something. Let me do this. Action. It's the action, is it action manager? I think it's the action manager. All right. Offense. Think of a bug here for RNG. Alright. Action's not on cooldown. Let me just print what shows up here. I also think I can make him hit a little bit faster. Oh, I didn't even set him to RNG. Okay. Kit, that's simulations. RNG. But basically, I have them set up like a, pre raid boss, And so all of his abilities, he's got 5 abilities to start with, and then when you get him down to 50%, his whole kit changes, and it's basically the same. There's his other one. And so he's got the Raised Dead, spawns a bunch of things here. I'll just slowly start hitting him here. He's got that attack there. He's got the line attack. He does have like a, there he goes. He's got this thing here. Big AoE explosion. Boom. I should have gone on a different character. Alright, so the RNG is working. I don't know why it didn't work that time. Do I have the bow? I need to use my, where's my better bow? Alright, I need to change my class. I do have tab targeting. Tab targeting is basically the same thing I have in Tearyn. I've modified a little bit. Actually, no, it's basically the same. There's like cosmetic differences. Like, so I have like the vast majority of targeting. I think I have like there's aim based. There's a lot of different options. There's tap target. There's aim based. There's mouse hover. There's a couple different. All right, I'm gonna put this to mage. And yeah, I guess I'll just set my level to 50, and then that'll give me a lot more damage against him. And so by default, it comes with like a 2-target system, which is, you know, an ally target and well, technically a 3-target system. There's ally target, enemy target, and then like interact target. But in Tearyn, I've modified it to be just ally and enemy, and then normally it doesn't outline. Instead, I just have like a little underneath a decal kind of selection type thing. And then the default controls in vertical third are like almost like a Blade and Souls, or like it basically auto tab targets the thing in front of you type thing. But then you also have, it's like not everything is, it also depends on how you set up your abilities. You can have an ability that requires a target, or one that's just AoE. Like my AoE here, I don't need a target for it. I don't need tap target for it, right? That type of thing. It's also ability based. Oh, pretty. And so you could have a shooter, and I even have like lock target based on aim as well. So if you have to like sort of aim at something in order to lock onto it, and then if you go out a certain radius, you know, it basically on targets. So is vertical third using Unreal's replication model? Yep, it's using just the out-of-the-box replication from Unreal Engine. So the how many players question is the one I'm trying to answer. And so unfortunately our playtests haven't turned out as many players as I've wanted. Obviously we're still small and growing. But that's the #1 thing we're trying to find out. Check out, oh, they're there. Alright, so he's about to hit phase 2. You'll see him kind of explode off here. And now, boom, He's got a whole different set of abilities. It's an AoE route now. There's the big line of AoE attacks. He's summoning 8 skeletons instead of 4. And then his up close one is yeah, he's got a jump attack as well instead of the big explosion. And his swipe does shoot off fireballs as well. I think I just need to do the cooldown a little bit more. On these things. Seven. You know what? Let's not do that. And make him tack slightly faster. That's also why. So action 2. We'll do like 900 range. It's constantly out of range. And then update these two. Five and 5. But we're going to, where is he? Go to the king. I think it's combat. Delay. Tax will go lower to about 1. Just give me a little more haste. Do you have a tool to spin up thin clients to load your test server? So I do most of my testing just building out, do a dedicated server package. And then I build a client, I build a dedicated server, and then from there I test locally. That's strange. What, I just missed it. I broke something. Oh, that's why. And so, like, if you're not familiar with Unreal, like Project Launcher, I have all my different servers, like versions of the game broken down. So we have the character select server, we have the Ruins of Tearyn client, the our main zone server, and then our dungeon server. And so I can spin those up locally and connect to them as a client. And then in the cloud, I just basically upload those. And so, like in PlayFab, these are all offline, but this is what it looks like effectively. So we have the dungeon server, level server, character select server, and so I'd spin those up. You can see like right now it's costing me $63 because we've done a lot of playtesting this month, and so that's what it looks like there. But I try to avoid if I can test everything. If it works locally, 9.9 times out of 10, it's going to work when it goes to PlayFab. There's the odd occasion it doesn't work. There's like sometimes really random things that just they work locally. They don't work when you upload them, and it just can drive you bonkers. Okay, yeah, I fixed this thing, I think. Alright, I think I will reduce his pet spawns a bit and his route a bit Take the root. Let's pump it to 20 seconds. And pet spawns to 30 seconds. And then we will also do that for phase 2. Oh wow, that was very low. Root phase 2 needs to be 20 seconds. And some pets, 30 seconds. What is this one set to? Oh, that's definitely too low as well. We'll do 15 seconds. It's the jump. And then yeah, that's fine. It's a little bit of change. And this is, let's try this at 6 seconds. But you can see, like, the premise of Vertical Third. I'm designing boss encounters and combat pretty much entirely through a spreadsheet, right? Making tweaks here and there to the blueprint, but it's I'm not even doing code. I'm just tweaking stuff. And so that's like the core premise of Vertical Third. So maybe I do have to lower the cooldown on those things. He seems a little bit like thinking about what to do. So I will do that. And phase 2 as well, 3 seconds each. I just don't like to see him pause so much. Paxian Games, thank you, dude. Here, I'll show you. I just started doing this today, so it's not quite as good as it could be. Where's the tank? Warrior is right there. Put him there. Oops. So I'm also working on MMOs at 1 Army. How many brain cells you got? Yeah. Well, I have an advantage. I don't know if you heard me talking about a Vertical Third, but I built game tech from 2019 to 2022. And it's called Vertical Third, and that's our game architecture. And so, of course, it's screwing up. And so that's obviously has me a big leap on stuff. So all our core systems are already built from a coding perspective. All our crafting and obviously our combat systems and questing, it's all there. And so this is like my simulation I was setting up today. So all of my player classes, I threw them on AI to see how they kind of work together. And I can get somewhat of a feel for, you know, the boss encounters I'm trying to create here. And I'm sure some of my characters might die here. So tank down. He's dead. So is the cleric. No, cleric's dead. Oh, 2 down. There goes the archer. We wiping. I think that's everyone. Oh, enchanter's left. There, they're dead. Wipe. Are the skeletons attacking their own boss? I think they are. I must have something set to hit enemies as well. I can probably see that. I'm using a framework, so I'm cheating. That does most of the work. But now I have to master an MMO framework, basically a WoW clone in terms of features and system. Yep. I think everyone that's, you know, building some sort of, you know, anyone trying to build an MMO usually goes to some sort of framework, right? That's just kind of how it is. And I just so happened to, like, we were indie devs from like 2015 to 2019, basically. And that's when we like figured out, hey, like, the industry could use a game architecture like really, really, really well. And that's when we're like, okay, let's pivot to this. And, you know, we got our mega grants from it. And so it helped in that regard, but it's still, you know, game tech takes a long time to execute on. Well, some of the MMO streamer here doing it from scratch, of course, libraries, yeah. Again, in some ways we've done it from scratch ourselves, but, you know, we built the tech product first, and then we're doing our MMO. So there's that aspect of it. It's probably the right way of doing it. Because I always say, like, you gotta look at what kills MMOs, and that's trying to innovate on technology and scope. Those are like the main 2 killers, right? And so you really got to try and kind of figure that part out. And yeah, like you look at Ashes Creation, they tried to do server meshing technology, which requires literally bleeding edge technology, bleeding edge network technicians to get that to work right, and they couldn't get it to work right. And so how many millions of dollars was wasted on trying to do that? And it's like, you can build EverQuest 1999, you know, structure to servers, and you're okay. Like, build small worlds. You know, I have some content on my channel on my tech breakdown. I don't know if you saw this earlier. I was talking about it, but so if you go to my Ruins of Tearyn channel, I have our whole tech stack that we do right here, how to build an Indie MMO tech stack. And then in the vertical third channel, I also have you know, our game architecture. And it's a really good watch, the game architecture one, because that can just, you don't even have to use vertical third for that. That's just like your mindset and thinking about how you build your own systems and how you use your own systems. Because it's all about like project organization. So like no matter what engine or thing you use, it's a good watch. Yeah, it's a bit odd seeing some MMO devs make MMO framework from scratch because of X and Y, and I think they're aware of the scope of that and they're on it. Yep. Yeah, we have a crap ton of videos, and I'm really trying to. I'm doing a big push on our Ruins of Tearyn channel for trying to get the viewership up, because we're trying to just like. I want like 100 to 200 people to just log into this game and be able to say, like, one, it's the you know, it's two-part. It's like, yes, the testing part, and proving that the vertical third and our Ruins of Tearyn tech can do 200 people on a server. But then there's the other aspect of, god damn, the promotional video of, and the content video of being out, like, as you may have seen, like I have a spectator mode. It's kind of like, I've kind of continued to improve it upon the vertical third. And like to be able to go around our world, seeing like 100 people like killing stuff and camping, getting some XP, like damn, the video would be sick, you know? It'd be amazing to be able to like just record a bunch of people doing this stuff. And so, yeah, I watched Elgon. Yep, I've watched like a lot, like fast, his last like 6 or 7 videos. I just recently, I was just talking to about him in a YouTube chat, yeah. I actually messaged him about his experience with Spacetime DB, and so we chatted a little bit about that. All right, so I need to think about one. I think I'm ready to. Please don't crash. Oh, thank you for the follow. I don't have my feet up. Thank you for the follow, Paxian. But yeah, we're trucking along, and this is our like 4th playtest month. We did a little bit like last weekend. Might throw our servers up on Sunday for a little while, and then we'll have another one like the 19th, a main one, 19th to 21st or whatever. But I'm ready for it. I have I have this boss here, and I also have a raid people can do, and so kind of trying to get that incentive for people to log in and do something cool. A bunch of loot to find. Like my vertical third system has passes included, so let me. I don't know if I have a target dummy yet. Turn boss off. Target dummy, enemies. I don't know. I should have checked for a fire staff, but yeah, I think there it is. I have it. Okay. So my whole system, the passives can tap into equipment, and so I equipped a staff. It has a proc. It checks every time you hit a target to actually proc the effect. And so all your passives show up here. You can see them cooldowns. Like normally it'd be like an internal cooldown. Like if you're thinking, wow, you wouldn't even know if it's like kind of gone off or whatever. And so it actually shows off. And so like obviously it's like a low % chance to get a proc that damages the target. And you can see it like double hitting occasionally here, and so that works off parry, block, dodge, hit, crit, all those different things. And then on the vice versa, like this Orchid's protection, it's a kind of a trinket type of thing, and so if your life goes down to 30% health, AoE explosion knockback plus a little small heal. Yeah, we got like tons of stats, like 80 or 90 stats. All the different resists you'd think you'd want. I kind of went very generic with the resources. So health, primary, mana, secondary, stamina maybe, tertiary, ultimate, whatever you want to do it, but kept it kind of generic. And so like on my archer, primary is stamina for dodge, and then secondary is like a spender resource type thing. They kind of have like a generator, a builder spender kit right now. I was really excited yesterday. I got my, I use this one weather system from So Stylized. I got it all replicated now. So I'm super excited about that. And I have it so lightning bolts actually drop loot now too. Really, really cool. Yeah, some of them are just like, they're there. There's like time dilation as well. You know, they're there if you want to use them. And so it's like, it's meant to be the core, right? And so you know, I have like attributes, and you have like your attribute specialty. And so like you can have a warrior that's, you know, attribute specialty is strength. Gives them more attack or whatever. Agility gives like, you know, I think crit, dodge, and parry or something like that. All those things. Then power, I have a power stat. That's basically, most games would call that a weapon damage stat. And so, like, if you're thinking Diablo or, you know, even WoW, you know, they have like a weapon damage range. It's fucking power. Like, okay, it's power. Cast speed for your auto attacks, cast speed for your actions. I do have cooldown as well. I don't know if it shows up on the list. It might have been an afterthought. Magic Find too. I put in Magic Find to loot. And then down here you can turn off. The one thing I love is like, you can have parry, dodge, block, all these things set to true. Put the value like for one of the bosses. Let me show you the other bosses I have. This is just like a random named and so basically I have Melinda's base block damage reduction set to 100%. Oh, did I enable it? God damn it. Didn't. So their base block damage amount and like value is set to 100%. Their block chance is set to 0 by default. But then their ability, when they get down to, turns on, you know, block. So it turns their block to 100%. Now when they block, they actually deal thorns damage back to you. And so like I'm resisting it because I'm higher level than them. But so it's the damage is reduced. But and so like even though I'm a tab target game, like let me kind of portray this as a level 17. Gotta set myself back down. Characters. There's a lot of things that like you get really creative with how you integrate abilities. Like, oh, I've seen that in the game before. Like, how would I do that? It's like, oh, I can actually just do step 1, 2, 3, and I can actually do that. And so like a lot of like old like WoW and EverQuest has like damage reflect things, right? So it's like if you're not paying attention, everyone laughs at the rogue dying on the floor because they were AFK auto attacking, you know. And so that's kind of the thing I was thinking about with this. And so I also have it so like there's different. I have a whole like AI system, custom AI system. And so now this boss is so hard to solo sometimes because he's got a pull. Oh my god! Got launched forever. Of course, I dodged that. But basically, once they get to, I set the damage reflect as a heal. So once they get to 70% health, if they don't kill me, then they trigger this. And now if I hit them again, it's going to kill myself. Blah. Because the passive is when you block, you deal damage to the whoever's hitting you. Yeah, we have an auto action by default. And through that auto action, you can have it like as a WoW type thing, or you can have it as like a combo system. So I have a combo hookup as well. So like if you hit, you can kind of see it working with the rogue, I guess is one example. But basically, you can set it so you push a button 3 times, it's going to do a different ability every time. And so like on the rogue, and like this is like this is just to show this, because sometimes people kind of think about like, oh, how would you do a dual wield? Like how does that change, right? And the cool thing with vertical third is there is no change. It's literally just a second combo attack and a different animation. And so like, and so you can see it right here. It's literally just, you can see it swapping here, swapping from main hand to offhand. And it's just attack. It's just one ability, and you just change the animation. And so it feels like auto attack to the player, but it's just a normal ability. And so it's like a lot of those kind of creative ways of thinking of things. And so this kind of is the same thing as a combo system. And so I have a combo system implemented to the auto attack. And so it's just rotating the attacks. It's like combo 1, combo 2, back to combo 1, combo 2. And if I combo 1 and I back off, it will actually reset to combo 1 again. And so, you know, so it's one of those things where, and here's like, again, these are enchanter robes. And so when you equip them, you get a proc that it'll automatically mez something or put something to sleep if you get hit, and with a 30-second cooldown. So there's a lot of cool things you can do and just unique ways to think about, oh, I've seen this ability in a game somewhere, how could I put it into my game? And it's like, oh, through this system and this system, I could do this and this and this, and you don't have to code anything new. And like the rogue daggers have, I think I can show you the rogue daggers. The rogue daggers, I mean, it's nothing to really show, but I actually have 2 different daggers. Let's see if I have them in my inventory. Of course, they attack at me. But this dagger here is a snare proc, and then I have another dagger that is a damage over time proc. But is that really needed to have rotate and show each weapon? I don't know, some will love that, others might think it's just okay. Yeah, I mean, it's all about the design of your game, right? Do you want to have a WoW style auto attack, or do you want a New World where you have to sit there and click the left click type thing? And so there's both procking basically. And so the right one's a snare, the left one's damage over time type thing. And you can see them proc at the bottom. And so that you can have all individual, you know, stats on each one and what they do, and the different timings for that. And then I got, not that this is anything special, I implemented my first chat commands for like being a game master and stuff, so I can TP. Oh, I didn't have permissions. Ha 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 ha. Let's add that. Yeah, I was testing this. Good. There. And if you ever request, you do /who. Obviously type. So that was fun to do. I kind of like did that. I polished up the visuals a bunch with like stuff fading in, and then networking. I've set all of our lootables. Like the whole world is lootable. If you haven't seen it. This is our main world. So this is our main world right now. So it has all the stuff. Pretty much every little foliage is lootable. And so I've set these all to dormant actors. So they never, if you don't have them, they're all replicated actors by default. So net relevancy will start culling them. And it can cause a lot of lag for the client and stuff. So I set them all to dormant so they don't get deleted on the client. And then if someone loots it, let me make sure the AIs aren't turned on, because that just lags the hell out of you. But the last few days I've focused on a little bit of polish here and there, like I did. I really wanted to have stuff just fade in. And this should kick me out. Yeah, there we go. And so you'll see the trees will fade in as they load here. Obviously be much faster when you're doing a client build and stuff. But when you're running the editor and things, it kind of slowly catches up. There's also supposed to be a loading screen here. So everything's like nicely fading in. That's what I kind of worked on the last few days. It's also for purposes for like being able to record good videos and not having like this weird chunky popping kind of happen. And same thing when you like loot the world. Like pretty much, it's like very New World-esque. Like everything's lootable, and then just like a little fade out, kind of like just little polish things. Even player characters as they zone in and stuff will fade out. My wife's the level designer, so she's the one that kind of built out the level and things. And to me, it's like a very EverQuest-esque style, like giving the players space to actually play and not just spam foliage like all over the gameplay area. And so we have, and then if you didn't see before, I have not done much of an optimization pass yet, so some of this stuff is kind of laggy in the editor. This is the vertical third spawner, AI spawner, and so these are all the different patrol routes you can kind of set up, different paths you can do. There's a lot of different options. Like I have this on like reverse the path, so they take the path and they reverse the path. Then you can have just like repeat, and so they would just do a circle, you know, type thing. You can have them, like a lot of these are set to just wander. So patrol random location around their spawn, and just repeat that. So they just do their little, as you expect, wandering stuff. As someone who loves building environments, yeah, this hits the spot. Yep, yeah, actually, I'm saying how many gamers will shit on your game if they see it running laggy. Doesn't matter how good or bad the game is. That's enough to ruin people's first opinion. Of course, you know this. Yeah, of course. And like, luckily, like again, that's why we're building small levels, right? I show this in my indie dev video. The zone into the dungeon is over here, right? It takes a while. When you click this door, it takes like 4 seconds to load to the other zone. Like 4 seconds. And so loading for Unreal Engine is so good. It's so good. You clear out tons of like cache, memory things. Like it clears a bunch of shit off your computer. And so loading is actually like fast loading, very good for your game. Slow loading, bad for your players. And so that's why these MMOs that try and do these massive worlds, they can kind of hurt themselves by doing that. And so I always suggest, like, don't do open world, and then like the whole like having one server, or like trying to do multi-server in one zone, like if you're a seamless loading world, that's the word I'm looking for. And like if this was a massive world, then like you'd have to have the player like walk along here. You'd probably have a little path here that has like no monsters between it. It would go over, player would come over here, where there'd be some sort of handshaking with servers that they're like copying the character over, but on both servers. Then they walk over here, and then they're farther enough away over there where they get off the other server, and now they're on the new server. Like that tech, like nothing does that tech right now. That's just like out of the box given to you, and that's the tech that costs a lot of engineering money to be able to do properly. And why bother? You know, like if I can prove that this world can have like a couple hundred monsters plus a couple hundred players, like what's the point? Why bother? You know, you can save so much money doing it this way. And you know, and so that's our plan, at least. Yeah, and I think too, like I make this joke all the time. You make this massive world, and then you get to the point where you want, and like as a level designer, you know this very well. Oh shit, I have to fill this giant world with content, and you're like, I'm overwhelmed. You know, close the editor. You know, like not only is it massive world to do from a level editing perspective, but now you gotta add quests to places. Now you have to fill it in with a bunch of AI. And guess what? If you have this massive world and you're trying to stuff it full with thousands and thousands and thousands of AI actors, now you're even more screwing up your performance costs and your server stress load, all these things. And so we're absolutely small maps, fast loading, content packed, right? And you know, we're doing EverQuest style like designs where like this is a camp that's supposed to be able to support a group for a while. So is over here. This is a spider camp that you can sit there and kill as a group. You know, there's, I think there's mercenary camp here, some undead skeletons here, fire elementals here, a golem camp. Like we want to create these kind of camp systems that you can go to. We'll probably have areas where like it's more built for roaming and killing as a group. If those like. We want to have a lot of different playstyles to level up, and not everyone's going to want to sit in one spot and kill stuff. So we'll eventually have that, but then, you know, this is like the level 1 to 15 experience. We'll eventually have some sort of camping system where like maybe a group can literally like secure this area, and like instead of people tagging monsters for the kills and stuff, you have like there could be a camp system where basically a group captures this point and the mobs that spawn there are theirs. We might just have it open and see how player interactions work, you know. In EverQuest, there is like a social rule that you respect other people's camps, and if you try to take their mobs, I'm kind of assuming I'm in my own head about EverQuest. So in EverQuest, it was a social thing, right? It was a social construct that never, like, the people making EverQuest never did it. It was a social construct where you would go to a certain area in the world, you would say your group occupies this camp, and you would have ownership of those monsters. And so, like, literally, like, the whole thing here is like, oh, you know, our team is going to sit right here, and we're going to have the fire elemental camp, and these monsters are ours. And so that's just a social construct that EverQuest had, right? There would be people, and like most camps are going to have several names that spawn out of that camp, and of course those names drop specific loot, and many of those loots are going to have good items and things that are valuable. Well, a lot of assets, if you want to call them that, would say like, oh my god, this thing spawned. I'm going to go pull a bunch of shit, over here, train it on their group, wipe them, and then try and take the named, And so that shit happened all the time. And of course, you would either you'd build up a bad name for yourselves. There's tons of guilds that were just known for training, stealing monsters, stealing enemies, stealing loot, all these things, and it is a social thing in the game, which, we may or may not support because it's just you're trying to build a social game. But a camp system could be interesting. An interesting kind of one way to experience the game. I would not piss off other players. I can see lots of issues with it, but then again, I'd hate to go to mob spot and these assholes 24. That's one of my fears too. Is major trolling happens. Like, it's just every MMO has some form of trolling, right? And so MMOs, everyone has these moments in MMOs of the good times and the bad times, right? And sometimes the bad times and the conflict creates rivalries, and that's part of what EverQuest had a lot of. So if you obviously didn't know, but EverQuest didn't, one of the first 3D MMOs, there was no instancing. There was no group up with 20, 40 people and go into your own instance of a raid boss and go get your own loot. Everything was open in the world, and that's it. And they only had one version. There was no layering. There's only one version of that zone. And so what you would have is PvE, competitive PvE. And so you'd have sometimes 3 guilds of not 20 to 40 people, of 80 people grouping up to go fight for the kill on a monster. And GMs would have to get involved to make sure people are playing fair and not screwing people over. If as soon as that team wiped, it was all some servers had different rules compared to others. Some were lawless, so you could do whatever you want and you can be as dirty as you want to be. Other servers were more GM monitored and things like that, and you can imagine EverQuest had PvP servers too, and so it's all of that plus you can kill each other too. And so it's kind of WoW had a few outdoor bosses like that, where it's just become this giant graveyard of Horde and Alliance fighting each other. Yeah, the game, again, if you watch Loving Robot, he's building Monsters and Memories. He has a whole YouTube on the past EverQuest development stuff because he worked on the game, and he just talked about how no one at that time knew what they were doing. They're all just random people, doing stuff. And some of them had game design experience, a lot of them didn't, and they're just trying random shit. And then he even talked about how sometimes someone would make an item, and then someone would be a different designer would be jealous and be like, I want to make a better item than you, and all the players are gonna love my item more than your item, and all just random crap like that. Yeah, no one knew anything. Raids and stuff started from EverQuest. That was a social construct thing that happened. You group up to take on these big monsters. They were just throwing shit around. They didn't have any design philosophy in a way. They were just randomly trying stuff, see what stuck. They didn't even think EverQuest was going to last more than expansion or 2. They're oh, we built the game and that's it, and we move on. We start doing EverQuest 2 or something. And so, a lot of things like that. That's why I'm adding a disclaimer at the start of my game. If you use the internet to help you, you're ruining your... Yeah, I do. I get that kind of idea of things. Like even me, I have this again. We've only been in development, and like again, we're not even part time. We've only been in development since like November, the end of November of 2024, and so I have this stapled to our UI. Disclaimer: started in November 2024. Extremely early build of Ruins of Tearyn. Character art is placeholder to later stages. All these things. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. Because yeah, you get judged. And like just recently, I did a little bit of stylization to the character, the Cinti Studio stuff. So it's a little bit cel shaded in a way, and then there's just a little faint outline going on them. And so I did a little bit of an optimization flow where I took almost every material I have, I got set up under a master material. So I had to combine a bunch of Cinti stuff together to get the dithering, the fade and effect working. Luckily, there's trees and stuff. I didn't have to modify too much because that's a whole other whack-a-mole thing to do. But yeah, it's so hard to be an MMO now, right? Like there's just the judgment you get these days are just so much. And so like again, trying to get playtesters is just, oh my god, it's been so hard. And so especially like I'm trying, so if you saw, you may have seen a little bit like it's a very low priority for me to do this right now because there's just so many other things that are going to matter more. But I started to 3D model something. We're trying to play with like low poly aspect things, but trying to elevate it, right? So again, you can kind of see that little bit of an outline going on there. Purely for the progression's sake, like I hate that it's really hard to like integrate all the Cinti Studio's different characters because a lot of them have different skeletons. I've merged a lot of them into one, but I want to have a character that I've created and I know how to create loot for. And so from there I can make more targets. If like I have like a gnome and a dark elf and like an ogre or something, I could have this helmet and just morph target it to each one. And having that feeling of progression as I'm picking up loot, I'm equipping it and seeing it on my character change. That's one really important aspect I feel like I want to have. But Cinti Studios is just like, it's really wonky with a lot of their characters. They have modular characters, but I just think that as soon as I'm able to integrate my own model, even as basic as this, and have that different gears that you equip change on you, I'm gonna do it. But I'm still like making some tweaks here. There's I gotta do like male model and all these things. You have to do something, right? Like Monsters and Memories is just textured based for the most part. I don't know if they do anything actually 3D on the character yet. Some things they might do, but a lot of their stuff is just textures. But I've gotten a lot of stupid comments about, oh, just let me know when Cinti when you have, oh, great game idea, but Cinti characters, no thanks, Or let me know when you don't have Cinti characters in your game. And so I've gotten a lot of comments like that, and it's kind of just, it's frustrating. And so it's like, I don't care about the comment itself. I hate that it stops someone from playtesting. That's what I hate. And so, because I need playtesters. Yeah, oh yeah, tons of hate. For using Cinti characters, and I'm always there to explain why. Like I even did a video on this, just like a point to people. Like I kind of stick to 5-minute videos on specific topics, right? And so like the other comment I've gotten, why are you on the Epic Game Store? Are you going to a different game store? I'm like, yes, I'm staying on the Epic Game Store. We need the revenue. Like friggin' Steam is thieves for how much they take out of you, and This one, it's literally all about kind of like the art direction, the game direction we're at this stage, you know, and it's literally
Make it fun. Make it pretty.
that's like core concept right there, you know, and shit like every game, like we're pre-production, we're not even like this is like we're finding the fun, like you don't look on the art until later, you know, so I'm trying to pick out the topics that like are critical of Tearyn right now. Yeah. And look at there's so many games, there's so many action RPGs, that whole genre, all the indie ARPGs that have kind of come up started with really shitty graphics, right? Path of Exile started with really shitty graphics, and they like got the game fun first, and then they made it really fun. Same thing with I think like Grim Dawn, so many of the action RPGs. They're like, yeah, we know our graphics are shit. We know that right now. But is the game fun? That's all we care about. And we'll improve the games later. Yep. It's like how far they come, but how far have they not come? You know, at the same time. And so, so many of them these days are just like I had a ton of fun on Diablo 2. I had a ton of fun on even D3. Like people hated D3. I like D3. But I don't like how like Path of Exile, like to me, if you look at late game Path of Exile 1 and late game Path of Exile 2, it's the same thing. You end up one-shotting everything and blazing through stuff. I know advanced Path of Exile players will probably disagree, but it's so weird. I don't like a game that has no challenge in that aspect. And if the challenge is just getting one shot randomly, it's not really my interest and my cup of tea, you know? I love PoE, play it casually. Fuck endgame getting one shot. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's just, oh, I got one shot. Oh, okay, you know? Like Diablo 3 when it launched, right? I don't know if you played that when it launched, but like it was god awful of like trying to get loot in hardcore and stuff, and just like, oh, some wasp just killed me and I couldn't even see what it was that hit me. Like this little tiny green particle, beep, dead. You know, it's just like it's like okay, I can't even respond. And so, and that goes back to like why we're making a very, you know, slower paced game. And like my combat system, I was planning to work on my combat system today, but the thing I'm trying to completely avoid with my combat system is button mashing. And so your auto attacks, there's no crit chance in the game right now. I've removed it for the most part. Every 5 auto attacks will give you a crit, and that's why I'm glowing sparkling blue. That crit only activates on your abilities. And so now I can backstab and get a crit. And so the idea here is you want to be able to let the player just auto attack, to not push a button, to be able to be like, oh, I need to move out of the way of that thing over there. It's okay to not push buttons and spam them. And then I can get in position properly and auto attack again, and then, oh, I have my crit buff up, now I can do my big damage stuff, you know? And so, and what I'll be doing here shortly is implementing my combo system. And so, instead of having a standard like combo system with like your abilities, and be like, you know, you click through like a new world thing, like you push one ability 3 times, it does something different. You're going to have basically, it's going to be global between all your abilities. And so I can basically Q for a first combo, E for a second combo type thing, and then R for the third combo, and maybe instead of an interrupt, it becomes, 3-second stun. And so each one obviously improves the ability further. But, and like we're going to lock you at this many buttons basically as well, like 8 ability buttons. But each ability could have 3 versions of it depending on when you use it in your combo chain. And so I was thinking about this today. one of the ways to think about it is, it's crazy to think growing up in a time of StarCraft and seeing how crazy it was that those StarCraft players that had these crazy high actions per minute type of things, like clicking everywhere, kind of see that in ARPGs as well. It's crazy to think in these days, MMOs are the same way. MMOs, like actions per minute when you're playing, is so freaking high. You are spam pushing buttons as fast as you possibly can. It's crazy that that's what the genre has kind of turned into. And so we want to basically, instead of having massive actions per minute, take a kind of note from the playbook out of strategy games. I think it's like called 3Rs or something. What is it called? Strategy games 3R. Is it 3Rs? Like real-time resources research. I don't think that's it. I don't know. Maybe that's it. But basically, it sort of correlates to, instead of high actions per minute, high thoughts per minute. And so you think of a chess game, you're not moving a ton of pieces all the time, but you're thinking about a lot of what ifs. And so a lot of situational things. And so depending on monsters, and like this is something that will grow and evolve based on our monster types. And so I might be able to store up to, I was probably going to try this as well. I might be able to store up to 3 crits basically with my auto attacks. So when that, and we have like a very threat oriented game too, where if you pull threat, you might get hit really hard, and pull aggro away from the tank. But I can auto attack, do light damage at first, and then maybe when that, enemy is weak, if they get stunned or something, they become weakened, I can throw 3 big fireballs to, to basically get 3 crits in a row, and then there's my big damage burst, and then I'm back to like playing things out. And so, and I have time to think about, oh, there's 4 monsters in the camp, 2 are mezzed, I can root one, try and CC the other, like think about situational uses for things and stuff. And just having a lot of and less buttons, more abilities. Like I still play League of Legends, and so you can have a really advanced kits with not so many buttons. And so, and then that gets into like you're going to have more abilities. Like I have basically a action book type thing. Wow, why didn't that load? That's weird. But oh, it's not. That was not the action list. Oh, that didn't load. Weird. But basically, your class might have 60 abilities. You can only use about 8 of them, and then your talents and progression and gear might change how those abilities even work, or it might change how one of the abilities works for the combo. And so lots and lots of build possibilities and ways to change your class up, and I think it's gonna be really cool. Yeah, I think that was so it's not about acts per minute, about acts per thought. Yeah, so yeah, that was thought when the developers for WoW were working on the first class. There was one developer interview with the OG creators talking about this. While he chose the abilities for said class, there was so much thought put into it. It's crazy. Yeah, this is a whole thing I still have yet to implement properly. I'm probably going to just copy what works and figure out something unique. Always start with the base. Like every class we have in this game is such a copy pasta, base, right? And it's just something to get into, try. Like this rogue is very inspired by WoW. Just like, I say WoW, but it's like almost any rogue there is. Oh, my regen. I didn't do my regen. I need to fix that real quick. Enchanter is very based off EverQuest. Cleric's based off EverQuest. Warrior is a little bit different than other classes. Mage is such a standard mage. Oh, you have a fire dot and a fireball. Like that's pretty much it, and a blink. And so, and expand upon it from there. And so, And I'm trying to like, and with enemies too, like I'm trying to break a lot of those rules that, example, easy as fuck, yeah, to figure out, yeah. It's like, you know, and so for me, I'm very like specific about class fantasy. I don't want, if you're not a healer, you will not get a heal. Like, I do not want a tank or a bruiser to be able to lifesteal like freaking crazy. Like, it's stupid, right? And even like if I made a paladin, you're gonna have really weak heals and maybe a little bit less mitigation than a warrior because you have heals. You know, maybe I make a vampire tank or something, but you're gonna be squishy as fuck because you can heal. Like, there's pros and cons to doing things like that. So yes, you can heal, but you're not going to have mitigation. There's a trade-off. There's things like that where I really don't want this idea that just any class can do anything. I want them to be very specific at what they do. I can also show you the dragon here. Enemies, dragon. Did I reset this thing? Okay, yeah, it's all reset. Yeah, don't break the holy trust. Trinity, yeah, Trinity. There's a reason class is so powerful when you make people depend on each other to overcome group goals that require exactly. And we actually, like, we're not even a Trinity anymore. We actually really believe in support classes. And so it's more of like a square for us because, you know, tank, DPS, healer, support classes. And so this is the this is our first raid boss here. Let me pause this music. Is this playing the music over here? Okay. So this is like where we're trying to break a little bit away from like the older school stuff. And so this is our first raid encounter. Oh, I'm gonna get smacked here. These whelps, my character's way too low for this. Let me up him. Characters. You can add in new classes, but obviously don't break the #1 rule of making a class jack of all trades. Yeah, Bard, yeah. And it's like EverQuest had a lot of like hybrids, but they were always kind of like, they usually would be weaker than the core stuff. So in raids, sometimes you wouldn't want them as much, or you'd want only a couple. But then in like solos and duos and like groups, you'd be like, wow, that character class is like really convenient. So the whole idea of this raid boss, like typical dragon, all these whelps spawn and they effectively will grow over time. You can see them starting to grow. You can't hit the boss during this. You have to kill the whelps. Or you get minus DKP, of course. But as the whelps grow, they actually will explode if you don't kill them in time. She's got some pretty basic little hits. And then, coming up here, little fireball. The big fire rain. So I really want like a thematicness to the raid boss too. And like we're a little bit limited on animations and VFX. Like hopefully if we get some sort of funding, like I'll be able to do a lot of interesting things with cool effects and sound packs and stuff. Then he's got like one more attack, flame breath. You have to increase the. Yeah, see that all those explosions are going out. That's the whelps blowing out. Well, this is intended for probably like 20. There's the fire breath. It's a lot of your typical, you know, dragon-esque raid stuff. But just like you said, like, get some sort of base that you can do and just go from there. And so that's like the first kind of iteration of it. Obviously, I'm going to, just like the last boss, I'm going to have different, like probably at least three phases come around. Now, why did that? Are the dragons have weird collision setup? That's interesting. There's just so much content in MMO trying to make that art at the start of the moment. It's like, damn, that's a lot. It's actually like when you do it this way, you set yourself up to have such a faster process later. If you know all your bosses in level XYZ, their gameplay feels interesting, their abilities feel interesting, you can take that to your artist and say, hey, this is our fire elemental, this is what they do, make a character that like really fits this thing, right? And you can obviously give them a little bit of leeway on animations and things, but so much easier doing it that way. We've tested this, it feels good, people like it, people like this boss, we just need to reskin him, you know? So what was going on with these whelps? Is it a team thing? Team enemies? Maybe the fire rain has... This is my like action data stuff, right? So that giant fire rain ability, these are all the different fireballs that rain down. So you have individual control for each one on just their kind of hitbox size, their appearance, any audio effects they do, the telegraphs. Well, telegraphs don't work with projectiles, but the telegraphs will work with AoEs. You know, targeting, location, rotation. So this is how that entire ability was just built through my data table stuff. But yeah, it's strange that they were basically hitting their allies, which is odd. Yeah, someone who was originally into the whole art side of building games, I'm at a point where it's now last priority over everything else. Just throw in placeholders and that show, and then show enough, and that's good. Yep. Well, so data tables are just, it's a default thing in Unreal Engine. And so my entire vertical third system is built on data tables. And so all of my loot, like if you look here, like I have 1,000 data tables of stuff, of quests, items, recipes, stat changes, weapons, you know, equipment, you know, different lootables, kits. You know, I basically, you load a kit onto a character, whether it's there's an AI kit for AI enemies, a player kit for for them. And like if you look at, let's pull up an example. So this is the Dragon Boss's kit, and so again, I have my own AI rotation. I consider like defense, engage, buff, heal, debuff, offense stuff. Offense is your main attack rotation, and then I actually need to probably change the fire rain. Should kind of be put on the debuff category. And so defense is like if you usually have an ability with a minimum range or maximum range. If it's I have a whole thing on stuff on my own AI logic. But you have a kit, you load the kit, and then they have abilities and stuff, and you can change the kit. And so like I set up my system to be ready for raids and stuff, right? So at the bottom you can add as many passives as you want. So you can be like hit, crit, block, parry, passives, and even health percent passives. And so you can have it so if the raid boss hits 50%, then just like I showed you with the Skeleton King, it triggers a resource health percent passive, which then triggers a form change, which can change their mesh and their kit. And so it achieves the phase 2 of an encounter type thing. And so you can basically do a bunch of different raid-like, boss-like encounters and change their kits as they do it. So that's definitely something like PvE obviously is, as an MMO, like that's the bread and butter of an MMO. And if you get that right, people will hang around and want to do more. And so like even these things, these are my loot spawners. And so it's just a data table as well. So these are just loot. So I have all of the loot here. If it stacks, the information on what it looks like, your appearance. I have 2D and 3D options. So obviously example of that is these are all 3D, but my item loot is all 2D. A bunch of different options there. Tooltips, what animation it uses when you loot it. So trees have a wood chopping animation, whereas other loot just is like a standard interact. If a quest stuff, if it's a consumable, consumables tied right into the action system. All the equipment options. Like I said, you can have pieces of gear change your entire kit for like a New World style system, or you can have it just grant you abilities and passives and stuff, and then some other stuff, random things there. It's a bit overwhelming having to understand all that stuff in your database, but I guess you just have to get comfortable. Yeah, it's just like, and that's like, it sucks. Like, game tech sucks. Okay, I just want to tell you right now, building game tech sucks. Really hopeful. I was really hopeful for it when I was building it. And like it is so powerful, and I'm proving that with Tearyn, right? But dear God, like the core of that dragon raid boss, I think I built most of it, like from nothing to implementation. It was like 8 hours or something like that. Like just like no idea what I'm doing. Built like I didn't even have the dragon character set up. Got the dragon character implemented and all that stuff, and the basics of all that was done in like 8 hours. So. And so it's just, but like the sales cycle for game tech, oh my God, dude. Like there's a reason why like we're just like Blender is just getting to the point where it's widely used everywhere, even though it's been around for like 15 years. There's a reason why like Roblox boomed in like 2014, even though it started in like 2006. Like there's a reason why. Unreal Engine, like here's Unreal Engine, and AAA only really like openly said they're converting to Unreal at Unreal 5 in like 2023, 2024, whatever it was. Like a lot of AAA were still against using Unreal 4, and so plenty did, but like there were still people not using Unreal. And like if freaking corporate like giant corporate companies, and like the crazy thing I didn't like before Fortnite, Epic didn't make that much money. Like it wasn't like $1 billion company every year type thing, and um, and so it's it's like I'm happy I built it, but at the same time, like I've cheated a lot with what I built. Obviously, I have lots of go ahead. Um, I've cheated a lot with what I built. I got mega grants. I've improved, like I've advanced my career. Like I've done these things, so it's always worthwhile. And I know it's clearly making a massive difference for Ruins of Tearyn. But yeah, the struggle is real. The financial part of it has been terrible. And so, here we are trying to actually, yeah, thank God for Fortnite money, I know. Here we are actually trying to build a game, trying to build a community, and and then it's like, okay, now we're finally digging our hands into this. And like we obviously had lots of prototypes for other games, smaller games, all this stuff. But it's like now we're at a time where publishing is like in the gutter, budgets are in the gutter, and we're building an indie MMO. Now the one thing, the one glimmering hope right now, right? The one thing glimmering hope that we can hold on to dear life for is Project Gorgon. And they couldn't have succeeded at a better time for us because Project Gorgon is an indie MMO, and like if you didn't know, you can go to this website called gameDEVbeauty. You can see like Steam, like sales and publisher results. Project Gorgon, a two-person MMO, 160,000 copies sold. Currently, potentially 4 million in revenue, and potentially more. Because they have like an optional subscription. Yeah, and like it's a really sad story. They're a two-person team for most of the time. I think it was a husband-wife team. Wife did pass away. I think it was cancer of some sort. But like power to those two fucking people. And now we can point to them and say they did it. We can too. And here's our vertical slice, right? And because it's like we can do this and we can be profitable, right? And even like freaking Quinfall, look at Quinfall, 313,000 sales. Now they're like a $10 game, right? But not even close to the same revenue. But and so it's not quite the same. But it's the fact of these small hits, and then there's obviously Pantheon, so like not quite the same, but because they already have like freaking who knows how much funding, right? Like I don't even know what their funding amounts up to after all their things, but after like 12 years or something like that, right? Um, yeah, it's like I can't tell you enough. I haven't played their game yet. I haven't played Project Gorgon yet. Fucking best team in the world in my eyes. Like they just helped me so much that I can point to them and say, yes, it can be done. It can be done. It's doable. People have done it before, and look at our friggin' play tests. Look at our I know I just found out about that site like a week ago. Um, if you didn't know, this is another good podcast to listen to. It's like there's a little bit of rambling. I'll give them that. Was it Rami and Mike? There's a little bit of rambling, but it's still good fun. So Mike here is a publisher of he's No More Robots, and then Rami has been in the indie scene, forever. You might know him, but good podcasts, and they have some good. There's a lot of jibber jabber, and then it's like half jibber jabber, half like takeaway information as devs. But it's always a good time. But yeah, all the power to Project Oregon people. Like I can't say it enough. Like best team ever. uh, yeah, and Rami has like fantastic talks, like very honest talks about um, the state of the industry. Uh, yeah, I think it's this one. Um,
I wanted people to stop offering me beer, so I told people that I
yeah,
only drink
this one
Coca-Cola.
is.
And I gained 14 kilos in the year after, so that's a bad idea. Just say no. That's smarter.
He just talks about like the shit of this industry. Like I even talked about it on one of my recent videos, like my revenue video.
Hello,
Like I
everyone.
have to
I've had
do
this
the
question
actual
come up,
math
and I
here.
wanted to talk about it. Will Ruins of Tearyn go
Where
to
is it?
Steam, and why am I using the Epic Game Store? I want to take the time to
Like
break
this
down
is
game
the
revenue
hard
and why it is
truth.
really important to consider the Epic Game Store for going.
Like look at this shit. This is the state of Steam. Like putting a game on Steam. $1 million in sales, and you're getting like 150K. Like that's just the reality right now, right? Um, you're not paying for employees yet. You're not paying for hardware. You're not paying for software. You're not paying for server fees. Like, and that's what you get. In one of those podcasts, Mike talked about you have a $22 game, you make a sale, it's like $8 in the bank, right? Like, it's freaking ridiculous. And so I talk about in this like why Epic Game Store. This is why over here, like 3-4 times the operating budget. It's crazy. And then they have like Epic First Run, 100% revenue your first 6 months. Then they have 100% revenue of your first million every year. Like then like where is it?
$1 million we make. This is all
And then if you can introduce your own microtransaction store and get 100% revenue of in-app purchases, which would for us be subscriptions likely. And so like there's just as an indie MMO trying to operate on a small budget, server fees, all these things, like it's just like we have to go here. We don't really have an option, to go on Steam. And that's why you see so many games like think of Ashes of Creation, right? You go back here, Ashes of Creation supposedly made like 13 million or 10 million or something, you know? And so think about how much that 10 million or whatever just got destroyed by the Steam sales, right? Right off the bat, 10 million goes down to 30 right here. Or 10 million goes down to 7 million. They probably have a custom Unreal Engine license, so it's probably not 5%, but that's 65. They don't have a publisher. 40 was it 45? Big 45, that type of thing. Like that 10 million goes down to 3 or 4 million. Yeah, Steam takes 30% of your revenue. That's their standard price. Now, anyone that's like AAA, sometimes they get deals and stuff, but Steam takes 30% of your revenue. That's why Tim Sweeney did his whole spiel with like, we're 12%, and fuck the Apple Store and Android Store and all that stuff. It's wild. It's like wild. It's like this is the reason why like so many game studios go under. Like your operating budget is shit, and there's like, and then you like so here's the kicker, right? If you have this is why there's a lot of talk these days about like Western development, U.S. North American development is like kind of fucked because of the economy right now. look at how quickly 3 people, like we're in Northern California, livable wage is around 80K in Northern California. We're at a budget of $722,000 a year. 3 people. 3 people. That's not even including hardware, software, all this stuff, right? $720,000 a year. Let's go back to the other slide. We're not even making that. In either case, we're not even making that. You know? Like, and that's $1 million in sales. It's like the shit of this industry, you know? And like, just people don't understand the math. And like, this is just like, that's like, it's not that much money, okay? You know, even if you're not living in California and stuff, 80K a year, you're not like sitting pretty on a bank unless you're like, maybe you share rent or something, you know, all these factors. But yeah, so like that's kind of like one of those videos I just really want to talk about, and just why, because this question, why Epic Game Store, why not Steam? Are you ever going to go to Steam? Like, it's happened several times. Like, damn, this is why. 80K is not a lot in California per year. I mean, it is, but I think that's standard here. Like most rents in this area, we're not even in like the middle. We're in like a off-town suburb of farm area. I can walk 2 minutes down and stare at feel like a crop of corn. It's still $3,500 a month for rent, and like frick, you know. I used to live in South Cal, 3K a month for a small room just for one guy. Yep. Yeah, we lived in Irvine for 13 years. Yeah, most people have roommates that pay 2K. Yeah. It's just like, what the fuck is this society coming to? You know? And so it's just, God, this industry. And that's why like we're looking for a $2 to $3 million budget. Now we say like we basically stick it under 2 million because it's just the nature of the time right now. And that's over 5 years. That's like a 3 to 5 person team for 5 years. For the first 2 years is probably 3 people. It's just like, damn. But yeah, it's just it's just like, and like it's very frustrating too. Like we have just get a real job. Then if you're looking to save money, yeah, I know, right? Living in Cali is doomed. Working in Cali, starting a studio for making game. What a fucking gamble. Yep. Yeah, and so publishers right now, it's like the kind of like triple I bracket of games. The games being like in that middle bracket of 500K to 2 million or 500K to 3 million. That bracket's fucked right now. And so it's either you're making like a friend slot game or you're one developer working on some sort of passion thing for like 300 or 400K or 200, sometimes 200 to 400K. That's easier to get funded. And then the other thing is like, oh, you're a team of people that work together for years. You're starting your own studio, and now you're getting like a $4 to $10 million budget from venture capital or some publisher that maybe you have connections to, whatever. So that middle bracket is like just fucked. All right, I do have to AFK for like 20 minutes, so I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom, help my kiddo. I can show you this little video if you want to stay for it. And it's our little cheesy announcement. Welcome to the documentation of the world's smallest MMO. This video will explain the following: the what, the who, the why, and the how. So please, like, subscribe to stay updated with Ruins of Tearyn. Without further ado, let's dive in. Ruins of Tearyn is a classic fantasy MMO with tab targeting. You will retain 2 targets at all times, an ally and an enemy. There will be formidable warriors, epic healers, try-hard DPS, and mesmerizing enchanters. Combat will be slower paced, rewarding game knowledge, positioning, environment awareness, and group composition. Managing threat will be a key factor for all players to use skills wisely and with intent. The world will be dangerous, so it's best to group up with family and friends. But there will still be options for solo content. We are 100% focused on gameplay and will be using marketplace assets until later stages of development. And this leads us to we're a 2-person development team. We have nearly a decade of experience in Unreal. Won a few awards for Vertical Third, a game architecture that took 5 years to build. You can check out the stream or listen to the TLDR right now. That's a whole lot of stuff. There's an online tech demo we can play with your friends right now. We also spent a year working on a game development course and how to build a boba shop. As we create Ruins of Tearyn, our updates will improve Vertical Third for other developers in the future. And now, let's find out. We both grew up playing NeverQuest. And then we later met on World of Warcraft. And now we're ready to create our own recipe. While we love the classic era of MMOs, we want to keep what is good and update what is not so good. You can think of it as toast. Toast is great, but it's better when you have some butter and jam. And now, let's explore. We're focused on small levels with very content-packed areas, which will avoid time spent on large empty spaces. Each level will be its own zone and server, which dramatically simplifies the technology we need. With Vertical Third and Unreal Engine, we're implementing content right now. We are starting with 3 small development stages. Once these are complete, we'll have a vertical slice ready to stress test. Our development will be very open, with live streams, YouTube videos, and you can support our development through our Ko-fi page. Our first playtest is targeting April 2025. And that concludes the what, who, why, and how for Ruins of Tearyn. So please come along for the journey. We love to show the behind the scenes for development and share our experience. We'll see you there. All right, back for a second. Hope you enjoyed that. So it was like, so the boba shop thing was literally, it's literally the most beginner A good video. Thank you. So we made that, like, basically we started the project in like November time, right? And that's like what we worked on for the first month. Like really basic setups of our all systems and like basically reskinning Vertical Third, getting Cynthia Studios assets implemented, and then making an announcement trailer. Like literally like the first thing we worked on was that. And as you can see, like that world was a Cinti world, and it turned into the winter world you see now. So just like kind of what we kind of been talking about, like start basic, throw shit together, and we hate gray boxing. We are not fans of gray boxing. We want to use every asset we can, find something that's something, and yeah, exactly. And main things we're trying to explain there is like the core principle of the game, and then we have experience, you know, and we experience, we have tech, and here's the kind of old school mentality of game we're going to do, and you know, so that type of thing. I appreciate. I haven't got a ton of feedback on the video, but you can tell we like the cheese a little bit. Okay. I'm eating for a second, so I will be back in like 10-ish minutes. What gamers we want to see at the core is gameplay from the very start to however long, just raw unedited gameplay. That alone will be enough to give players an exact idea on how they will manage themselves playing the game and start thinking of all the stuff you can do from that. Thank you. Yep. Absolutely. And so that's one thing that we're very careful about is do not overpromise. Do not. This is like a very like hanging on the edge of a knife type of time for MMOs. So many Kickstarter scams. Ashes of Creation made it even worse. No one wants to like fund MMOs anymore. Even the public doesn't want to fund MMOs anymore. And so I don't know where we stand on that stuff. I don't know if we present enough experience. We present our vertical slice. Like how many MMOs out there have had a playable demo in three or 4 months of existing, right? Like I'm hoping that is what we portray. We are different. We have actual work experience. We have work experience on game tech. We have awards. So it's like something we're just trying to prove and merit ourselves. And because right now I think our vertical slice is far enough along that if we get any form of spark of community, we can get a publisher or we can get funding, right? We have the vertical slice. We have a background doing this stuff. If we can show that, you know, we can achieve the amount of players we want in a zone and have that community that shows up and things. Even if like my current goal is to just get on the radar of these MMO content creators, right? Like they're talking about Project Gorgon, they're talking about all these indie MMOs that exist out there right now. There's tons of them coming up, like Arduin and Apogee, Monsters and Memories. I just want to be on that top 20 list of like indie MMOs out there, and like what's Dread Scar, Dread whatever it is, a Dread Mist or whatever it's called. I just want to try, like I haven't broken through the noise. I'm like poking content creators like, hey, you can play test. Like come play test. Get your community. They can all log in. Time and time again we see 99% of non-gameplay in modern trailers. Not that it's a bad thing, but showing cinematics doesn't result in the game. So us backers, when I see the game event showcases showing off their games, sure they can afford to do cinematics because it might come across as something greater than it really is, but man, I'm so sick of it. Just want to see gameplay. I think most players are like that. Yeah, hell yeah, being able to have a shot to be out there with other games. Yep. And the other part for me, like how I'm trying to stand out, is through better polish. Like a lot of these indie MMOs lack a little bit of polish. Nothing against them. It's just kind of nature of the industry and the things you gotta build, what you gotta build. And some people go for, you know, much more systems, bigger content, those things, and less polish. We want to have like less content, less systems, more polish. That's just our kind of our design philosophy. And so like just like right off the bat, like I think everyone picks up on this, no matter what type of game it is. The feeling of weight when you walk around. Like you're not sliding, you're not skating, you're not running on spot. It feels grounded, like something that you'd see out of Blizzard polish. Is something we're really trying to have. And then we also want unique aesthetics. We do want to be stylized, and like the loot aspect, we like mixing the 2D loot up like a little bit. We want to sprinkle a little bit action RPG, right? And this is kind of like, oh my god, a legendary drop or something, something like that. And so, we have like environment as standard, 3D loot that you can loot. Yeah, polished, but also standing out from the others is a challenge itself. Like you're doing medieval fantasy, right? Yep, that's fine. What do you think about your game's techno? Yeah, I like how responsive the movement is. Yeah, and so that would suck balls if your item spawned outside the map. They can't get it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have like my item spawner, the world loot spawner. It checks for collision and stuff like that. One thing I'll show you is like the cool. I'm so happy I got this working. I was a little bit hesitant because I didn't know how long it would take because the sky system is a marketplace product, and a lot of marketplace products can be a little bit hard to modify, and especially when you're trying to convert them to multiplayer. But I think this is really cool. Where's the chance of, we'll go through them all. Chance of rain, 1, and chance of thunderstorm, 1. Yeah, this is so stylized asset. This is a really nice flow. We'll show you that it's going to trigger. It should trigger it's going to go to rain, overcast first, and then it's going to transition into rain, and then thunderstorm. Yeah, it hasn't been too now like if you look at the material shader stuff or the material complexity, that is like screaming. But again, goes back to small world. You can have a lot more, like we have dynamic lighting. Small world, not a big issue, So we made this system from scratch in Unity. Yeah, I could not imagine trying to do all this stuff, especially in Unity. I know people talk about some of the things you have to make in Unity, and like I was watching one developer interview, and it's like, oh, what controller did you use? And it's like, what do you mean, what controller do you use? Unity doesn't have a default controller? Like, I just use the Unreal one, like... It's like, but apparently, like, there's a million different controllers you have to figure out in Unreal, or in Unity. So that's overcast. Oh, do I have I think I have the time already scooped up on this, but I'm going to take a bite while this loads here. Okay, so one thing I want to show, I forgot to change the time on the storms and stuff. Okay. Excuse me. set them to 20, and overcast 20, whatever. I actually see this move. Cancel. No. Just did not do that right. Save. Save. But yeah, I was actually really impressed with how the marketplace creator created this system. It's actually really easy to introduce multiplayer to. And I was just like syncing up a few variables, and it was even like if someone joins mid-storm, they get the update and they're good to go. It was really easy overall. Took maybe 2 or 3 hours of tinkering. And then I also did gameDEVbeauty wanted be able to like catch lightning type thing. So I'm like, ooh, this should be pretty easy. And I got it going. Boom. And so solidified lightning. Boop. So we have a catch the lightning as a rare material. Nice transition into Rain. Does your game have some kind of main story or narrative? Like it's more OG WoW, where there isn't really a main story that dictates your journey. It was more of an isolated quest with each new zone, and I think there was some kind of narrative, but it wasn't really what shined the most people. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the Ruins of Tearyn music or sounds were that high. I turned those down. Yeah, we have no story plans right now. It's just something that we'll do later. Whoops. Story is just like we have like a very loose, more lore tidbits here and there of like we have a little. Hold on, let me reset all this. Can I do that? No, I can't. So day length, I think I'm doing 60 times 40. Nighttime, 60 times 20. A day is like an hour long. EverQuest a day was like an hour and 17 minutes for some reason. I don't know why they did that. It goes back to like EverQuest days and like they're just trying to random shit. Chance of rain, 30%. And we want deterministic times. And chance of thunderstorm, another 30%. I think that's everything back to normal. And then this goes over here. And I think I'm going to put this to a 30% chance for overcast. Sorry. That's fair. I just was wondering because if you had some main story, then things would be different with how you have done the zones. Assume to agree, but yeah, you're coming from more of an EverQuest perspective when it comes to designing the game, right? Yeah, like we say like it's EverQuest and WoW had a baby. That's like our little indie pitch. So we're not Monsters of Memories. We're not Pantheon. We're not trying to, be cookie cutter to the T of EverQuest. Again, nothing against them. I hope both their games do fantastic. And so it's a little bit of WoW. It's a little bit of EverQuest, but it's also we're trying to do something unique. We want to modernize it, like EverQuest. We've played P99. We've played the private servers. Like we've done the progression servers. Our time at EverQuest is done. Like we don't want to relive that. We don't want to go through that. like we have very modern takes on stuff. Like we don't want you to feel like you need encyclopedia to try and figure out where everything is. We do want like some hand holding. You know, we don't like one of the core things with Monster Memories and Pantheon right now. One of their biggest contention points for new players is no map. There's no map, and you have to follow along around, and learn your ways around, and a lot of people, it's going to put off a lot of people, or things like that we want to modernize, and we'll have a map. We're actually, like, one of our map quest achievement systems, like, kind of all grouped together, and that's something that will be one of our core features. Well, that we have to, a ton of things we have to flush out more on that. gameDEVbeauty has another fabled expeditions system we'll be doing. Alright, so I'm trying to think about what I'm going to do. I have my checklist of stuff. Sometimes I look for just easy wins. I've done enough bosses. I have loot and... Oh, yeah, I was working on this. Widget, nameplate. I never finished this setup here. Alright, so we're getting a, basically there's a couple times where my scrolling combat text would choose the same angle for the same text, for like 2 hits back to back. And I'm just very, making sure that it always chooses a different direction. So just a very tiny UX kind of thing. So we get a random there. We'll do this, duplicate that as defaults. And then in our, I think this will work. Take old. Sorry, throat's a little sticky. But yeah, as I even talked about, like I never played RuneScape. I'm still learning about how their stuff works. But there might be a little bit of RuneScape. There might be a little bit of action RPG, like little pieces here and there that we feel like. I take a lot of inspiration. I never even we played it a little bit. We got to like a level 40 together on WoW Hardcore. That was before the official servers came out with the mod and stuff. But classic hardcore WoW, like talk about like one of the best MMO like case studies there is. Purely because it made the game so social, right? You didn't want to die. You wanted to group up. You wanted to just duo. You know? 1 second. Classic hardcore WoW just proved like having a good death penalty, what it does to being a social game. And obviously, too much of a too harsh of a penalty, right? Permanent death. But you kind of see it back in Valheim too, that when your death penalty is strong enough and important enough, it will change how you play the game in an MMO setting. That typically means playing with other people. Same thing with Valheim, like it's more fun a lot of times with other people. And so that's like the type of things we're looking at is, you know, a lot of risk and reward for getting the best loot in game. And if you die, it has consequences. It might mean losing your camp, you know, like I talked before. If you're diving deep into a dungeon, and you die, there could be a bit of a recovery time. It might not just be spawn and run back, and that's it. There might be a recovery time. You have to rebuff. You have to like use more consumables. These things. But hardcore WoW was fun with friends. We thinking we knew what the fuck was going on. Then bam, the near-death moments fights. Yep. Actually, 10-10 fun gameplay. Yep. My wife and I we started to if we had just stupid deaths. Like we're sitting there. We found a spot to just grind monsters. It was like a spider cave in I can't remember where, the Alliance zone off the Barrens. And we just oh, this is it's dropping stuff that sells well for some spare change. And we were we're actually we were a priest druid, so very strong duo. Grinded on spiders for a couple hours, and just randomly we pull one or two too many, dead. You know, just and we've been farming this cave on repeat for hours, and just dead. Just one pull too many, a couple respawns, dead. And it's just it's just okay, hardcore death, too much. I'll support it in Ruins of Tearyn if people want it. Absolutely. But yeah. Okay, so this should be pretty simple. So we have our set animations here. We're going to go over here, remove item, right? I'm brain farting. Time to go Frost Mage AoE, yeah. It's definitely you really like thrill, don't you? You love to feel panicked constantly. Especially because so many people hate that. So it's not just the threat of there's so many things that can go wrong when you're AoE mage farming. But then there's the threat of people love killing mages that AoE farm. So it becomes a PvE PvP situation. I wanted to learn the skill of Blizzard AoE mage. It was just so fucking cool, yeah. It's the type of thing that a lot of it is cool, but when it gets extreme to the point where you're in ZFK and you're in a dungeon and you're pulling half the zone and AoEing everything down and using safe spots to reset everything, that's when it's okay, it should be nerfed. That's just stupid, you know? I level to max levels, AoE mage, no quests, and then just quit. Yeah. Yep. They nerfed the AoE farming in what the expansion, the new expansion, or not the new expansion, but in whatever the first expansion is. I'm blanking for what it's called, but Burning Crusade. And like all the mages are upset that they can't go to one dungeon and glitch the mobs to like power level everyone. Like, are you kidding me? Like, just play the game like everyone else. Come on. All right? Just play the game like everyone else. Like, in EverQuest, there was quad kiting and stuff, but there was like limits on stuff. Now, technically, there was. I think they did nerf it eventually, but bards could. Bards in EverQuest were basically. They obviously had instruments, and you could play them and like sing songs and do things, right? They were by far the fastest move speed character in the game, and they had something called Salos, and you would be like super motes, running around, right? So you could aggro everything in the zone and not worry about, especially in zones that are just all AoE farming. It's based on melee mobs, basically. A lot of their songs in EverQuest, some spells were limited to like 4 targets. Bard's damage over time had no limit on how many targets it could hit. So they'd run around. They basically group up an entire zone, and then slowly, it was a very low damage dot, but it could hit everything, and they would basically pull the whole zone and kill it over probably like 30 to 40 minutes of a pull, just slowly dwindling it all down. And in EverQuest, it's very hard to like solo and do things quickly, right? Like regen and stuff was very, very slow. And so they would do crazy stuff like that. And then that was probably like too overpowered, another situation there. Especially when they're basically starving the whole zone, and people that want to level and do things in that zone, they're locking all those mobs and in placeholders where like one team could kill those on repeat and stuff, whereas now they're locked for like running around for 40 to 60 minutes. Let alone like your game would basically, if you were someone playing and that horde of mobs ran in front of you, your game, a lot of people's games would just crash because the people didn't have good computers back then. And so this giant like 60, 70 pool of monsters run by your screen, and your computer just explodes as you stare at it. And let alone if you were anywhere close to it, then they'd all just like one-shot you and like, get trained and die to it. And so some of the evil bards would just bring it by groups and have them all die. But yeah, the long story of AoE kiting and like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of EverQuest mechanics we do want to bring back. Like we want to bring back charming and like have that an actual mechanic that's like really used in fights and game and advantages and pros and cons. Fear kiting. Necros would have their main dot would also snare, so they would cast their dot and snare on a target and then fear it. That's called fear kiting. And so they were some of the best soloers because they could just fear kite. And normally, if you fear something, it's increased movement speed, so you'd probably run into a bunch of mobs and aggro a bunch of stuff, and you'd be screwed. Whereas we want that to be like a duo trio type thing where you can fear kite, you can enchanters get really good charms. They can charm a monster and attack with it, high damage, but high risk, because if it breaks, it's hard to get off the enchanter. They can die very easily. I was not old enough to experience that. Well, I did try playing Lotro on a laptop that couldn't handle it. Took 15 minutes just to get to the start screen. Yep. Intro cinematic was lagging 2 frames per second. Yep. Fear kiting. Yeah, we've had plenty of times, like a lot of our times playing MMOs, we never had like top end PCs or anything. Luckily now we do, because we got we decked ourselves out when we got our grant. But then I know we played like that's another thing. Like that's another problem that MMOs do. Too much time, like high quality art stuff. They try and do all these like realistic stuff, And like, I don't know if you ever tried Ashes or not Ashes Creation, Age of Conan. Age of Conan was actually a pretty decent game. Like we started when it launched, got to max level, did like we were one of probably the first few people doing the raids. The performance was so bad, it was god awful. When it was something crazy, I remember getting tabula rasa in the physical box. Wasn't gonna run, but when I tried to play the game, was dead. Yeah, Richard Garriott, man, that was something else. I can't. His career history is freaking wild, and how much money that dude has gotten and spent is insane. It's absolutely wild. Freaking, made some of the made a Ultima, let alone all the Ultimas before that. Ultima Online sold companies, had a lawsuit for like $20 million with NetEase. Went to space for $20 million. Like I can't believe you got 27 million dollars in a lawsuit. You spent it all going to space. Like, but and then he tanked right after that. It's like, oh, Tabula Rosa, and then whatever the other MMO he tried to do that was way too much like Ultima. Like that's the other thing that we feel like learn from so many of the mistakes of the past MMOs, and like if you try and go too old school, there is a huge risk you will flop. Huge risk. Now, luckily, like MMO genre is changing, player base is changing. Monsters and Memories and Pantheon have some sort of proof of concept, right? Um, Pantheon obviously suffers the most from art style right now. I think a lot more people would try it if it wasn't for everyone has the same animations and the kind of look. Monster Memories has a very unique art style, and at the same time, I think it's one of those things. It's like it's so hard to figure out what players want these days. No matter what you do, it's like. But their Monsters Memories, they got 1,000 people in their playtest like almost instantly today. It's crazy. Like props to that. So props to them. I know Pantheon's looking forward to their April update or something like that, or I don't know, spring update. I don't know when it is, but there's a lot of hype for that. Big reset. A lot of I think convenience and life convenience things. Yeah, I think again, I think Pantheon's biggest thing is their art style is just kind of like it doesn't appeal to anyone. Like it's not realistic to appeal to the realistic people, and then it's not stylized to appease the stylized people. So they I get it. They've had this long history of development, and there's problems and all these things and yada yada yada. Like they've had a lot of development hell. I followed their development for crash. I followed their development for who knows how long. So what? It's again a very strong EverQuest roots into what their stuff is. Um, Everything has their niche. Like one of their niches is you can climb, right? Um, there's a lot of potential. Like it could make the game really unique. It could cause a lot of problems. Like a lot of problems. Um, they have like a few different but they know their flaws. Like Joppa, like I watch Joppa streams. I like to listen to. He talks just a lot about just design and philosophy, and they're not blind, right? They know their pros and cons to what they have to improve on, and like any MMO, like the most important thing is your launch. And they seem to have a model where they build a little bit, get funding, build a little bit, get funding. They are like the cockroach of MMOs. They're surviving. And so if they can survive long enough to get to that 1.0 and really establish an audience, like I do believe like this is the era of niche MMOs. You know, you can't be a WoW killer anymore. Like that's like a pipe dream. And if it happens, it happens. But like you need to think about what MMO can you make that's like 10 to 50,000 active players per month, you know? And hopefully like Project Gorgon just launched, so there's no real, I don't think there's much data on how many subscriptions they're doing. But I know Pantheon Joppa said they do want to do subscription as well. And so hopefully they prove a market for some sort of indie MMO subscription, because that is the best model for MMO, like paying us per month to just build a great game, right? No microtransactions, like any type of storefront, any type of microtransactions ruins the idea of an MMO. As soon as you open up your game menu and your brain thinks about your money in your wallet, you're breaking your in-game world, you're breaking that immersion, right? And so if for some reason I had to have a in-game shop of some sort, I'd probably try and do it at like the main menu. Like buy something at the main menu, but once you get in that game, you're immersed. And that's it, right? I don't want to have a cosmetic shop of any type. I just want a flat cost fee for the product and a subscription. I think due to it not showcasing anything that stands out, kind of makes it seem generic from art from my perspective. I think the OST I heard from the Pantheon is that it was similar to EverQuest. Yeah, Nisha was going for Throne of Liberty, hot garbage. Throne of Liberty is like a perfect example of like caring too much about art, right? The game's fucking gorgeous. Did amazing things with their artwork. It's insane how good their art is. But the gameplay is just like, it's not holding people. There's some hot garbage that millions of dollars put in some MMOs. Yep, Lost Ark, blah, game first over anything. Yeah, no, I'm also just, I'm a little bit tired and also, yeah. So it's just like, when you're building an MMO, look at every MMO out there that's like flopping right now. And like the Ashes of Creation, you know, what are the development hells that Pantheons went through? Don't make the same mistakes that they've done. Like, do your research on MMOs and why they failed. It usually comes down to too much scope and bad technology choices. And so, and also building a game and game studio with unrealistic results, right? So the 200-person MMO studio needs to have an explosive launch, needs to have massive funding. Like I showed you in the earlier, the revenue shares on games is absolute poop. So if you have a 200-person team, you need to make like $20 to $80 million, you know, potentially, you know, every year to upkeep that. And the other thing I like to bring up, like this idea of WoW, what WoW did of its time was pretty impressive, right? It made a cutting edge game. Yes, it launched with tons of bugs, lack of content, all those things. But I think it was like around, what a waste of time and money, investor games. Yeah. Well, this guy said the ROI making this MMO will happen, so copy that. Ad cash shop, boom. Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. Oh my, WoW did its time. Absolutely incredible achievement. Yep. The key thing I like to tell people, WoW did what they did, from what I heard, with around a 50-person team in that time frame. It was like 4 or 5 years, 50-person team. In today's day, you take out, they probably had a 20, 30-person engineer team, right, for their custom game engine and their custom graphic programmers. that could probably be reduced today using Unreal Engine to maybe 5 people, 5 to 10 people, right? Like not having to code all those things. Your design, MMO designs, like it's been figured out. It has, like a lot of MMO designs been figured out. It's an RPG, build tiers of loot, have fun and interesting ways to kill PvE monsters to get that loot. Throw in some crafting and stuff. Like the RPG and MMO systems are figured out. So that design team that might have been 10 to 15 people, now it's maybe 5 to 10 people. Cloud services like PlayFab didn't exist back then. That was probably at least a 5-person team on that WoW team, right? Now maybe it's a 2-person team. All the different audio, all the different marketplace products that you can refurbish these days reduces that art team from 10 to 15 down to 5 to 10. So by today's standard, with everything we know now, with the power of hindsight, with the power of looking at MMO history, that 50-person team that it took to make WoW back then is probably more of like a 10 to 15-person team in today's day. Maybe less. And so you need to think about what's the smallest team you can do to build a small MMO experience and build that. And so that's the mentality you need to have with stuff, with the MMO currently. And look at New World. Again, they were forced to use Lumberyard. Complete trash of a game engine. Bad technology choice, which hurt them in the long run. No focus in design. They were split, focused on PvE and PvP, and they didn't serve either community perfectly. So you need to pick one and focus on it really well. And the reverse comment to that is all MMOs that focus on PvP die. So what are you left with? Make a great PvE MMO. Focus on that. That's your ground. That's your foundation. PvP comes later. You need a foundation of a great PvE MMO. It's such a difference. People were so fucking limited in the past, so they had to do was so much more thoughtful. I think there is difference mindset of the times in modern day development versus back then when people had to do it themselves, figure out the fun, not just copy what works. Well, that's what WoW did, but made it mainstream accessible. Running from EverQuest makes mistakes in other games, yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing of like, they went out on a limb and did something complete opposite, right, of what the past people did. EverQuest and Ultima, and I think what were like Asheron's Call and stuff, the ones that were out there, even Dota, not Dota, Dark Age of Camelot, Daok, they were all very slow-paced, very like punishing, all these things, and they were like, nope, we're not doing that. We're making everything easy and chill, relaxing, all that stuff. So they went against the meta and built something niche. When guess what? It turned into something much bigger because they established a core audience. PvE focus. I think they did smart thinking. Made some digestible general audience smart enough. Yeah. And so, and nowadays everyone's just like, oh, just like skip leveling and to go to raid content, right? And then there's not enough raid content to sustain a player base. And it's like, WoW, I think WoW proves one major thing, that the idea of skipping the leveling process is bad. Do not rush your players to the end game. You need a core structured leveling experience that's fun to play, that can entertain people, and if you do that, you will have players for life. And it's proving that with people wanting classic WoW, people want classic RuneScape or old school RuneScape, and just enjoying leveling different characters in that journey. That 1 to 60 journey is the game, is the journey. And if they want, sometimes they can experience the other stuff there, and sometimes they just restart a new character and do the journey again. Either way, they were smart or lucky, combo both, and there was Blizzard IP of lore to work with enhanced it. Yep. Journey is the fucking game. Yep. Endgame is not. The fact players go against it's just that. Yeah, and that's why we're building. All this week and whatever. I worked on bosses. I really want to get a taste of designing bosses and seeing what people think of them, and then the raid boss as well. And so I really want to have people get this mindset that this is a game where you can come in, kill some monsters, get some cool loot, experience some cool boss fights, and there's a raid, level 20, there's a raid right off the bat. You have a goal, and so that's the idea around that. I heard TBC Boost was selling like crazy. Probably, but that's just the other thing of like, even though that might be the case, right? It's the fact that classic WoW and like classic hardcore WoW, people have just loved the 1 to 60 experience, right? An entire community, classic hardcore WoW, is built around just the 1 to 60 experience because it's so good and not dying during that experience. It's the same thing as creating a Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring has such a good base game. Your players love it so much, they will repeat that game time and time again with different challenges. Like Iron Man, there's someone that like beat the game on a dance pad. Like, you want that type of experience for your leveling experience. You want to have such a good core leveling experience that it's fun for people to just do over and over. You still make that late game experience, right? You're not saying you're not doing the rating stuff at the end, but that it's that same idea as like people say all the time, your first hour in a game should be really fun, and that's even more so true for an MMO. It should be like your first 7 days of playing should be really, really fun and interesting, and like all these different dungeons to do and things to do together. And we all know like boosts and stuff sell, right? That's why AAA games have them. We all know that. But at what cost, right? And it diminishes the value of the game. Like you it's a business model that works, but it also hurts at the same time. Yeah. And so like you think of RuneScape, right? People love the fact that their character they played 3 years ago is there, and the time they spent on it is still valuable. And they can come back today, make progress, and if they leave for 2 years, that progress is still valuable. And that's why we probably won't do any type of like WoW styled resets. We want a very, I don't care if we have 50 tiers of loot. We're a tier based game. Come to our game. You have a very set thing of like, this is this category tier of loot, tons of different items and things you can choose from. And once you get all those, work on tier 2, then work on tier 3, then work on tier 4. And during that time, you're going to be progressing your character, getting new abilities, finding new abilities, playing with your build, trying different builds, meeting new people, exploring new zones. And sorry, I'm like so busy on talking, I'm not even doing anything. Oh god, the worst sin in gaming: progression reset for the sake of balance, or because an expansion exists. Yep. I think it's a big detriment to a game to do the speed boosts and stuff. And like a lot of people go back to when the Final Fantasy 14 had its big hit. People came in there and they just literally played through main storyline from the first expansion or the first game all the way through to like the 6th whatever, the 6th whatever expansion that's out right now. They played through all those things, so it's kind of wild. Yes. My stupid scrolling combat text. I know this is like such the easiest simple answer ever. Okay, so we pick a random thing from here, we add it to here, or we set it. We're going to remove it. Remove item from said thing. For the next time. Alright, you know what? My brain can't do this right now. I'll put a pin in it. I think I have it noted here. Yeah, my brain can't do that right now. I think I took like a nap from like 8 to 1 or something. So I'm not running on too much sleep. And when I say 8 to 1, I mean 8 yesterday to 1 in the morning today. WoW turned into something it wasn't designed to handle with how many players as time went on. Yep. It obviously they listened to the loudest people in their audience. It's like hard to do, and no game developer has like experienced that type of mob mentality. Like who do you listen to, right? But yeah, I think the last expansion of WoW I played was maybe BFA, maybe the one before that. I think my wife played the BFA, and I didn't. Yeah, my sleep schedule's all over the place. I have a special needs daughter as well, and so they can sleep at random times. So sometimes if they're sleeping, I'm just going to sleep whenever they slept. So if they sleep at like 4 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, I might go take a nap while they're sleeping. Okay, what other things do I want to do here? Okay, oh, that's an easy one. Let's do that. Database loot. Weapon. So I did an update to, so by default, vertical third doesn't have requirements for equipment for your class. And so I put that in on the rogue, or all items, I should say. What ended up happening was the rogue only has one dagger. It doesn't have an offhand dagger. And so we will change that and add this to the loot. Offhand dagger. I have to like do a big reformat on. Some of these. Okay, main hand dagger. Offhand dagger. Grab a random icon. Good enough. Okay, sure. I just swapped them. That's fine. Yeah, that's the main hand. Main hand. And the stats should be basically the same. Yeah, that's fine. You can see like a lot of my loot is literally just named like T0 dagger, T1 dagger, T1 staff. Like I'm just thinking about that exact kind of mentality of sure, I don't care. Just progression-based game, just solid PvE, progression-based game. I think that's everything I need there. Offhand dagger, and stats stay the same. Oh, this goes offhand. And then, you know, basically I'm thinking about, okay, you have a T0, what's 0.5? T0, like 0.5 is going to be potentially like, not for 0, but like 1.5. Yeah, like 0 is like complete gray gear. 1 is like green gear type thing. 1.5 is like named green gear off bosses. And, you know, that's just a slight bit better than the first one. Has some cool effects to play with that are fun to use. Then you get into tier 2. Then there's tier 2.5. Like that's where the boss stuff is. And kind of this mentality. Okay, offhand. Change the loot. Do that one. Not too picky. Three of these. Make sure they're all pickable. And there. Oh, didn't enable them. Okay. Okay, we got offhand here. Offhand dagger, offhand dagger. Okay. And then we quit out. And so the spam you see on the left is me just making sure it's saving to the cloud. So you can see everything's loading from the cloud. Offhand daggers goes to equip, and the other ones are in my inventory. And so I know they're loading in and out with cloud saving. So we're good. And now I just need to add them to a loot table. So T0, T0, T0. This one does have weapons. T0 offhand. That's just like monster parts. So that one's done. Offhand, again, these are just monster parts. Just leather. Food. T1. Just another example of data tables and more data tables. This one doesn't have all the T1 weapons. Okay, I'll just leave that off for that one. I do have like a separate thing. A lot of bosses drop T1 weapons and stuff, so. Wait, do all these ones have weapons or no? Oh yeah, so I don't even add them to here. I want weapons to be something you have to hunt bosses for, because they're like more exciting in that regard. Well, I'll be sure to check back in again when you stream, as I'm doing the exact same thing, albeit in Sci-Fi's Fantasy Team. So there's one big difference. Yeah, cool. Hey, again, it's just like, as like the indie MMO builder community, like we all gotta stick together. When one of us succeeds, it's more pathway for the other one to succeed. I wish the best on Pantheon. I wish the best on Monster Memories. I wish the best on Project Gorgon. We're all building our own niche thing that that like can sustain an audience, right? If we build a good game, we can sustain an audience. It's also the mindset in these days that you don't want to build this is your forever game mentality. You want to kind of build it in this aspect of come play for a while, chill, and go play something else. Like, yeah, there's a little MMO indie community of streamers and even chatters. Yep. And so, it's the type of thing. Just, I'm sure there's a lot of back and forth people that are playing Monster Memories and Pantheon, right? Some don't want to play one or the other. A lot of them just a lot of overlap, I'm sure. This is not a forever game. There has to be an end. To give the promise of forever is just, well, we have seen how that went. Exactly. You don't want, and even like Final Fantasy 14 has had that success where I think the design director talked about like, we want you to come play for a while, but like you can leave, go play something else, go chill. You don't need to be here 24/7, and it's just it's a new way of like you have to just reframe yourself on building how you're building MMOs these days. And it was really interesting. Like, I don't know if you've heard the new WoW game from Bulgaria, I think, or it's like there's another WoW. There's some hype around a new WoW MMO, or like WoW inspired, I should say, MMO. And so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. They I would. Their advantage, obviously, I think they're in a smaller country. Like what is it? What's his name? Lattice did an interview. I still haven't watched it, I don't think. Scars of Honor. He just did an interview with Joppa. But Scars of Honor is like a new WoW type of, like, they're still doing their own unique stuff, right? And I haven't looked into the developer too much. Dude, I am like just, glued to MMO, right? I've been glued to MMO development and production and tech for a decade, dude. Like, let alone my whole life. Like, my wife and I met on WoW, right? So like that's like 20 years ago. So I lived and my life is MMOs, right? Now I have like to some degree I haven't played a lot of MMOs in the last 10 years because I just haven't felt right. But my entire time, like if we like go to what it's again this was largely just scope creep, and so we started off with this is our little game jam thing, right? We did during an Unreal Game Jam, and it turned into this. It went from this, like a little goofy King of the Hill. It was literally a pun on. It started off as a pun, like it's Castle Days Warhill, right? And so that's a pun or like a reverse word on Fortnite, and so, or it was both Fortnite, so Castle Day, and then Warhill was Battleground, so PlayerUnknown's Battleground. So it's like, it was a pun during that era. And so it's turned from that into like, oh, this is like, there's not enough mechanics, there's not enough things to do. So then we start building out like more RPG systems, like you gotta collect, you gotta farm some PvE monsters. Then you get basically the right, you grow into become the asymmetrical royalty person, become like a raid boss type thing, which then is like, oh, we need more, like more features, and it turned into a full blown like first day MMO, match based game. And so it was supposed to be like 40 people into a match. You're all questing and doing weird shit, like first day MMO shit, and then you basically become the raid boss, whoever wins the whatever that round, then becomes the raid boss, chooses what type of raid they want to do, and then everyone has to go kill. It's either it's the raid boss versus the raid, type of thing. And so obviously we got a lot of cheese going on. So it's like this is back in like 2018 or something. And it's like this when we did all this stuff. But like then obviously building all this, we're like, oh, we have all this tech, and we pivoted to the tech and stuff. And so it's like, oh, well, we really want to build MMO-ish stuff, and like we're building out our tech. It's like, okay, how would I do this in MMO? My experience playing World of Warcraft. How would this work in World of Warcraft? How do I backwards engineer that? How do I think through this process? The small details of like remembering when I went through to do trade skills in WoW, and every time I clicked on a recipe, why does my game hitch when I do that? And now that I'm a game developer, I realize because they're async loading the basically recipe. You don't want you to load those items, those ingredients if you don't have to, right? And so you have to click on a recipe which async loads the data for that recipe. And it's like, oh, okay, so that's how that works. And like, so I need to create a trading skill system that has a bunch of soft references in Unreal that don't load until you force them to load. And these things, just like that's been my life. So I'm always trying to listen to like what, yeah, who knows? Like, who knows what happens? Like with our PvP, like we've EverQuest, like I talked about, there was competitive PvE. So maybe the PvP of our game is competitive PvE. Who knows? And it was such a hard choice too, to like, because we had a spark of a community for Castle Day. We did the game jam, we streamed the whole thing live, and then we had like a community actually playtesting a little bit. We had like 15 to 25 people, I think, playtesting at that time. And so it was such a hard decision of like, but we got our first grant was 25K, right? Like that, it's such a small amount, like such a small amount. Again, especially because we live in California. It's like you can't get custom art for 25K. Like it's like crazy expensive to get custom art. What we get like a couple characters, like barely that. Like to get a concept and 3D modeled character, even low poly, like you're looking at like for a 3D modeler and concept artist, anywhere between 4K. Anything like starting to get detailed and interesting, 10K for a single character. It's freaking wild. It's like, what do we do? And like we're pitching it, and we actually had like a few publishers log into our Castle Day game, and they had it looked like they had a lot of fun. Like we had like 6 people log in, and they're all flying around doing weird shit, and like we're like being like we saw them basically log in. We saw the publishers log into our game while it was live. We're like, oh, they're on. Like hop in. So we hopped in and played with them, and it's felt like they were having fun, and just no feet. They denied it, And so it's like the combo of can't do much with 25K, while at the same time publishers are denying us. I guess let's do the tech thing, It seems a really good idea to do anyways. So just, I'm sure if you experienced it when you're like, you just get stretched and pulled in every direction as an indie dev. Like, let alone with like your game idea and different game ideas you want to work on. Like I swear I had like seven good prototypes that I have on my computer that like I would want to get funding for. That I'd be happy to work on. But damn, it's so hard to. It's so hard to get funding. It sucks. And for me, it's just like, I like just give me some money. I can build it. I promise you. I promise you, I can build it. I have a history. I've proven I can build game tech. I've done it. I swear. Look at this. Indie MMO vertical slice. Come on. Just like, give me some money. Doesn't have to be a lot. You know, it doesn't have to be a lot. Just, a little bit of money, please. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that with that money at that point. Yeah, I don't know how it's like with the grant getting enough money. Yeah, the grant stuff is just. It'd be one thing, like it would be a lot of money for solo dev. That would be like huge for them, right? But we're a family in California. It goes quick. We're family 5 in California. Goes freaking quick. And we had to update our hardware. So we sunk like probably 25K into our hardware at least, because we wanted super dev computers. 'Cause like our last dev computer lasted like 7 years, right? And it was a mid-tier, PC. And so we knew if we decked ourselves out, we'd have dev computers for another 10 years. And so that was around 2021, 2022 maybe, 2023. I think, something like that. So like these computers will probably last us to 2032, 2034, like especially if we do get funding and we do continue working on this game. Again, it's not a high performant game. A lot of people, one of my playtesters just this last weekend said his computer's not really that great and he was able to run it fine. That goes back to the whole aspect of a really small level makes a big difference. And the fact that he's saying that now, when I've yet to even do a big optimization pass at all, and we're using tons of different marketplace assets that I know like are probably not optimized, that means like the sky's the limit. Like our performance is going to be so good down the road. Yeah. And so, like my wife's obviously the artist, right? And so we had to get her iPad. iPad. We got monitors, good dual monitors and stuff. The monitors were actually pretty cheap. They weren't that bad. But yeah, we got some nice computers. Okay. All right. So offhand daggers are now added to the game. The one blue loot table. I think we have a couple bosses that drop blue loot. Might be Shalea. Yeah, T2 on Shalea. Did I do? Okay, yeah. The Did you, by the way, did you have any like YouTube or anything like that? That you do any content or anything where we can follow your project on? And so this is like as you're kind of seeing, like this is the benefit of the data table structure, like I've just added a bunch of things to the game, did not have to code a single thing, right? Like I created 3 items, added them to the game, added them to loot drops tables, did not have to code a single thing. It's also like a coding paradigm that, as you can see, like the data table, my database is all my data tables, which is separate from my game code, which is all a vertical third. And so all these folders here, this is all vertical third. All this stuff here. So it's like your entire widget stuff, your spawners. You know, I split the character component is always your big, massive, giant, 50,000 line script line thing. So in Unreal, I break it down into like, depending on if you're character AI, between like 14 and 18 components as a form of organization. And so your inventory stuff's in inventory, questing's in questing, scoreboard and scoreboard, stats and stats, just that type of thing. And so, so your data for your game is separate from your code. And it keeps everything neat in their own buckets. Yeah, that goes back to the the game architecture video I mentioned before on the vertical third channel. That's the one where it's really good. It's a really good watch. Just it doesn't matter what game engine you're on. It doesn't matter at all what game engine you're on. There's takeaways for your own project to help you organize stuff. And like my mentality of what, again, it's the concept like of talking about game architecture is like people talk about AI being the big thing that's going to help game development. That is like so far from truth. We need robust, used and QA'd and designer-friendly quest systems and combat systems. Give me a whole perfect, no edge-cased, new world combat system. Go sell that. That's going to make a lot of people happy. That's going to save people tons of freaking time. Not all this AI garbage, right? And so, we keep we keep building quest systems, combat systems, all these things and throwing them out. And like a lot of the developers, like a project gets canceled, they don't get used and it goes to waste. And then there's no like post-mortem sometimes on how things are working together. And the lessons learned aren't being passed down over and over. And, like there's a reason why things always like are constantly in buggy states. Like that's the thing with vertical third, that even though it hasn't like exploded yet, I'm using it every day. I'm improving it every day. And when I have the time, I'm going to bring those improvements to everyone else. And hopefully my community gets big enough that starts happening naturally between lots of people. It's going to be amazing one day when people start creating actual YouTube content on vertical third and how to use it and stuff. And the different ways you can modify it to your own project's needs. And so that's the future of making a better games industry. If giving this giant game architecture that has tons of quality assurance, that is minimal edge cases, that is bug free, that is easy. The big number one is easy to use for designers and having designer tools. How long has games been built? For like 3 years. Designers don't even have tools yet to implement stuff. And that goes back to like the loot stuff on all these data tables I'm talking about, right? I can teach a designer how to add just freaking data table stuff. They can spend all day just creating crafting recipes and stuff and not touch a line of code. They don't have to do anything. Yeah, it's a shame we all feel it, but behind paywalls, buried at entry for indie devs, some have money to throw $200 a kit, but most don't have, and that's why they struggle. Yeah, and that's why we like when we launched Vertical Third, it was $300, and that's when oh, it kind of helped because when we didn't have a double payment option for on the Epic Games Marketplace, but then when Fab launched, we had the option for the cheap option and the big option. And so that helped us a lot to make that decision of, oh, let's go low and then, um, go, high later. And again, we would like, it sucks for something we took so long to build. It'd be in our best interest to do a license model and like a revenue share model, but that gets like, dear God, like that gets into the legal wire of stuff and requiring things and like requiring our legal team and like some sort of revenue tracking team. And then like you look at Epic Games and I think Sweeney has mentioned they were before Fortnite they were like $100 million company in revenue every year, something like that. I don't know the specifics. And so if they have like Unreal Engine and they're struggling to like really track down revenue share from developers. And like I said before, my other video talking about revenue share, too many hands in the pocket in your bucket, right? Game developers don't want more people taking revenue from you, right? That's why Unity took their stance on their price model for so long. And to be a flat fee or just a lower fee instead of a percent revenue fee for so long. And that was a very attractive model for a lot of devs. But it's just one of those things that, yeah, the runtime fee. But in general, like their subscription fee, their license fee, that's just like $1,000 a year, or whatever per seat and all that crap. Like, in order to do that type of model, I would need to be venture backed, I know. So it's wild. And it's one of those things that Vertical Third will have its heyday moment, and we'll get there. Like I said, I mentioned all these other all these other game tech companies. Like it's taken some of them so long to get places. Even look at some of the tech stuff for just artists, whether it's like Krita, it could be Krita, Procreate took forever to become a standard. Now Adobe's obviously falling off a lot of their stuff, and you have DaVinci and other things coming around. Again, Roblox as a platform started in 2006. A lot of people didn't really use Unreal 4. Like a lot of AAA companies didn't want to use Unreal 4. They're still stuck on their own proprietary tech. It's crazy to think that game engines didn't even really they weren't even really a thing before 2010, and now they are. Vertical Third sounds interesting, especially if there's exclusive benefits, whether you'd want to license that out for others is another thing. Yeah, right now it's just yeah, it is crazy how much it's changed. But I do, like I said, game architectures I think are the future. The logical first step was you want to build a game, you don't want to build a game engine, use a game engine, right? And so our thought process is you still want to build a game, you have a game engine, here's your game architecture. That's the next big tech thing to help smaller teams achieve more, and big teams actually launch a product in a lower amount of times and don't get all fired and laid off before the product even launches. You can iterate, even if the thing I mentioned too is just like game architectures. There's not just one. It's not just powering a game, right? It does need to do so much more. A little short. It kind of just it goes over it, but it's like you can use it to power your game. You can use it to learn from, and students can break things down on how you do things and have their own better journey on doing things. You can use it, designers, if maybe like you're too far in tech debt, right, for your own project, and you don't have designer tools yet. Your designers can go in and use the game architecture and maybe figure stuff out themselves and test things and QA things themselves, like even get like a tiny little bit of an idea if something works or not before taking their stuff and going to a programmer and saying, hey, you got to code this in, then we have to test it, and then we like figure out if it's good or not. So that's a lot of time wasted if that can be figured out as like a sketch tool type thing. And so even if you're not using it, you know, and again, education, but then also like education is a big one, and then prototyping is the last one. Like a lot of companies, once they maybe they're either a new company, they ship the first game. Well, now everyone's on payroll. You have to figure out what your next game is. You can't just sit around for 6 months, with a burn rate going, and like not make a decision. You have a month or two to make a decision on what you're building next. Otherwise, you're burning money and not working towards a goal, and you need to figure that out fast, right? And so a lot of studios do internal game jams and things, and so that's where game architectures can shine too, is just in game jam type situations where your studio needs to figure out what the hell they're building next and fast, and either start pitching it to publishers or start building it for internal teams and just go. So like game architectures have very multiple uses that could all be different products. It could be different products for each of those categories type thing. But there's just so many ways that they could be good for. Yeah, this is what would be a bridge gapper. It's just your toolkit has to be done so well done. Yep, I paid $250 for my MMO kit that runs in Unity. Years worth of code and setup makes my life so much easier since I can focus on my game. Yep, absolutely. And again, there's other people working on game architectures. Like I think there's a few Godot talks on game architecture. I can't remember if they're building a full product. I can't quite remember, but there's some people talking about game architecture stuff coming around, and that's the other thing that's been a hard sell for Vertical Third is like we're kind of at that pioneer stage of what a game architecture really is and defining it, helping define it, and what it means, and how it can improve the industry, right? And because of that, it's not just like it's so hard to be able to just say it's a one-line pitch to sell it to people. You can't explain Vertical Third in an elevator pitch. It's like it's a full game architecture with quests, combat, all those things, right? And it's like it just still doesn't resonate with people. It's still like it's hard to explain all of this, everything you get out of it. It's hard to explain that and like really truly have them understand how much you get out of it. And that's kind of goes back to you need a game that's run by it to prove it's successful and prove it works, prove it's optimized, blah, 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 blah. And so that's what we're doing with Ruins of Tearyn. If it wasn't working on a game, I'd be working on my own architecture for my own use cases or something for consumers, more general, easy to use, just like your system. Yeah, it's hard to explain. Yep. And so Ruins of Tearyn is the path. Like, what better way to prove your game architecture than through an indie MMO, right? That is the biggest genre of game out there possible. The biggest potential to prove yourself is because if you prove yourself through a first-person shooter, what about all the other RPG guys, right? And so it's one of those things that, like, if you can build an MMO, it's basically every system you can think of in every other in every game genre, and if you can prove that that works, especially because the thing we're like, again, going back to playtesting and why we're trying to focus on it so much, we've been told that basically a single Unreal Engine dedicated server is going to crap out after hundreds or so players. And so we really want to understand where that cap is. And they say those things, but it always you optimizations. What if? How's your game coded? How are systems built together? How are they, how are they functioning? Are you managing your replication properly? Are you thinking about, server authority? Are you limiting what the client can send? Like, it all depends on how your game functions, and that's going to impact server performance. And I'm hoping that how I've done things is very performant friendly. I do a ton of simulations on the client. Whole ability system is, simulated on the client. Because we're a data table based system, like I could have 1,000, abilities in the game, and they're all just data tables. They're not extra blueprints. They're not, extra actor objects that are all these things. So who knows how far vertical authority can go? I don't know. We haven't hit a point where it's like, oh, servers like really crapping out. Two of the most hardest things to do. That is the true MMO systems are kind of going to work with other genres and games. Yeah, it's a blast talking about this. Yep. I can, as you can tell, I can yap about MMO systems forever. As I sit here staring at a grid. But it's been great talking to you, by the way. Really wish you the best with your project. Do you have a name for your project? Even if it's unofficial, temporary name. All right, I still have to figure out what my next thing is. Okay, I think I fixed that. Project X, there you go. Yep, it is how it is. Okay, that one looks good. Another win. Oh, I think I fixed that. I believe I fixed that. I did fix that. I'll just kill that. I did fix that. We can do this little tiny adjustment. Okay, so I want to move these guys. Like over here, maybe. I've went through like 4 different name changes for my game already in the past year, so it's still open. So trying to carve out the agenda of the game, what the main premise of the game will probably be, but the name of the game, yeah, for sure. Names can be hard. Okay, I'm just doing that. Some people have been missing the... Oh, the other thing I need to check is the... For some reason, these are randomly not... Okay. Ah, I did it. So these are quest items, and I'm not supposed to see them. I don't think I'm going to test that yet. It's been a little bit intermittent, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, so I'm just going to leave it. Where's my OBS? What the heck? No OBS. Oh, sucrose. Oh, I think I know what to do. Wait, is this the ability? Yeah, this is the ability. And I think I just need to do that. Wait, what? Okay, that's not right. Hmm. Okay, guess it's working. Alright, so I need to modify input component, which push a button. So first I need the stacking system. So first I need a combo system, which is simply every ability use, not auto attacks, grants a stack. How should this stack be portrayed to the player? UI or VFX or other. When button is pressed, diverts which. Okay, so the stack must be replicated to all players. For proper client-side simulations. Diverts which data table, action data table, to use. has 3 array of 3 abilities to use. Okay. In addition, also grant crit stacks. Crit system. Hold 3 critical hits. Progression based later. All right, so grant a stack every time. Let's go to the input component because it's going to be out of there. Effectively, this is pretty easy. So we go over to our input system. Go all the way down to the where is it? The end. All the way down to success server right here. This is when everything in the cast has successfully finished. So we can do a variable combo system. Now I need to think of a different word for combo. Because part of when you're building a game architecture is trying to find a naming scheme that never overlaps with something else. And so if I call it a combo system, it can overlap with regular ability combos. So I need a different word than combo. It's the same thing. I went through this a lot with making vertical third. I ended up renaming at one point charge abilities, meaning you charge forward, to dash abilities, because eventually I don't have these in vertical third yet. Eventually I want to make an actual charge up ability that you basically hold down, which empowers that ability to be released. And so it's all these type of things. So I could call it the rotation system, which actually doesn't overlap. Programming Problems 101. Yep. And so even like, especially so in EverQuest, right? Again, we have all these, old school names for things, and in EverQuest, a root is when you cast a spell on something and they can't walk anywhere. They can still cast spells, they can still hit, they're rooted. A snare is when you slow their movement speed. A slow is when you slow their attack speed. And so in today's day, a snare is a root. A root and a snare are the same thing. Even a slow. A lot of people will think a slow, a snare and root, it's all almost the same thing, you know. And so it's so funny. I know. Um, I will say ability rotation system. I'm calling that because we're trying to. It's our ability rotation system that's trying to improve the current. It's trying to replace current MMO rotation systems. So we're just going to call it our rotation system, ability rotation system. I think that's fine. So ability. And I'm also breaking this down because I'm trying to not just explain it to myself, I'm trying to also work on how I'm explaining it to players. So how do I get, you don't want internal namings to be different from what players would know, because then you get jumbled. And so how do I name it something that even players can understand, right? And get it, oh, instead of in WoW, I do this XYZ, and but in here it's ABC. Yeah, I've had my fair share of experience breaking things down. This is just, I don't know if you know, but it's just Obsidian. Um, they have all sorts of different things, but yeah, I've stared at many blank documents of like, how is this supposed to work? And then you fill that out, and you're like, okay, I think I got it. It's like, okay, now how is this supposed to work in multiplayer? You know? It's like, okay, what do I need to change now to make it multiplayer? And then it's like, okay, it's working in multiplayer. Now how do I make it optimized on multiplayer? How do I follow the core fundamentals of, very limited replicated variables, simulated on the client and the server? Um, that's one thing I'm always trying to do, is reduce my replicated variables, because it adds up on the server. And it's bad to just constantly keep adding them, and keep adding them, and keep adding them. It's like just a simple concept there is like you only want, you mostly want health resources, or resources in general, like mana, health, and stuff replicated. But every other stat does not need to be replicated. All of those can just be like RPC'd through the server and the server and the only client. It doesn't have to be replicated to anyone. And it can be requested on demand type thing. Like every time you open your stat window, do a request to update those stats. You don't need to have them set as replicated variables type thing. And then the only exception is like, oh, someone wants to inspect you, so they have a different system too. Let them look at your stats and stuff. But yada yada. Yeah. And so like so on Castle Day, like, dear God, I went through so much. Like every button had its own like line of code. A lot of that code was all repeated. Every button in vertical third just follows the same the same little functions. If you put all my, Shift Q E R 1 2 3 4 X C V B or whatever, they all run through this little section of code here. They just change and then every client has which data table or whatever is loaded on that character. And so once all you're doing when you hit a button is it replicates to everyone else what button you pushed, and then everyone else simulates that what you pushed at this location in this rotation. That's the sum of most combat, multiplayer combat, is what did they press, what ability is being loaded and used, what location and rotation is it being sent in, and then the client is supposed to simulate the rest. I'm still limited in my programming experience. I feel like, I'm still learning, but 10 years plus, it doesn't help. Challenge, I'm going to go full programming. Yep. Hey, that art experience is going to be really good. Because to be honest, if you can make it look really pretty and sell it that way, sometimes that's the better way of getting funding. It's just unfortunately, like if you have really good art skills and that's your strength, build a really good solid pitch deck.
Do you think this is bad?
No, it's fine. Just like don't use these parts here, like the whatever parts. It's fine. Like I can pull up like just look at again bringing up Mike looking up Blue Sky. Mike Rose. I think he just did a tweet on this recently. Where is it? Okay, so he's a publisher, right? He started his own publishing company. Signed games from concept, 8 games. 33% of all games, right? So I don't know if I think he talks a little bit about who does what. Maybe like there are more experienced devs that did that. But even the guy from, I think Poultry Art, the guy that did what's that game? That Battle Royale? Spellbreak. He talked about how they did have a demo and stuff. I think they even had he had a YouTube with some of the stuff that they showed on the gut funding. Obviously, what? Okay, I gotta get something for my dog. BRB. Yeah. Again, Mike Rose is one of the few publishers that like really talks about stuff. He's actually done pretty well as a publisher, like a newer publisher entry. Started up like, I don't know, 2019, 2020 or something like that. He's got a few good GDC videos on YouTube as well, which are good. But yeah, if you are a good artist, I would really, at this stage of the game, I mean, you're building an MMO, so it's gonna be a hard sell anyways. But MMO life, I would focus on a really good visual. Like, play to your strengths as an indie dev, and take you already talked about that you have this indie kit, right? It's probably more worth your time to just, again, subjective. I don't know if it's true or not, but if you can just skin that basically packaged thing, you know, it could take you a long way, you know. Don't worry about the if you can make something really unique, right? Take that approach visually, and see where you like start there. Start with your strengths first. Like, I'm starting with vertical third and programming and tech because that's my strength. My strength's not art, and so I would focus on play to your strengths. Take, especially you spent your money on your kit. If it's a like relatively good functioning kit, I don't know how like just plug and play it is, that you can get a server up and running and actually people playing. Create like just like kind of what we're doing with our other level there. Create a very small level, maybe like a level 1 to 10 experience, and make it visually like really appealing and interesting. Let me pull up this other video. I never remember this guy's name. Here's this guy's channel. He talks a little bit about like this again. This is a different timing. He's got, AAA experience, all these things, very different, like time frame, background, what they can get funded with, and things. Very different times. So it's not like take what he's saying there with 2 cents, but if you look at what Spellbreak, the art demo, did in 2018 to basically get funding, they had their art demo, which is just a walking sim and running around. That's beautiful. And they had their gameplay demo, which is literally trash, right? And so, just it's one approach to think about going about doing what you want to do. Again, there's never one right answer for pitching. He obviously was also pitching investors, meaning venture capitalists. And so there's this caveat there that like they raised like probably $20 to $50 million for their stuff, hoping that one day they'll get bought out by some other company, which they did. They got bought out by Blizzard, I believe. And so very nuanced, like, things there. But again, just have it as an idea in your bag of tricks of like when you're trying to pitch for funding, which approach you want to take. If you want to, again, if you have good visuals, that's your strength. Play to your strengths. Don't put your weak foot forward. Especially if you can get that kit going and have something small that people can connect to and stuff. Yeah, it's just not. I'm not too worried about trying to get my visuals out there. So it's like if I'm wanting to show it off to investors or start showing it to people. Yeah, yeah. And this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your visuals to players. I'm absolutely talking to just publishers and publishers. I wouldn't go to venture capital right now. I ain't looking for funding, but yeah, even regardless of that, it would be faster to get up and going and get it out there. Yeah. Okay. Well, that if you're not looking for funding, yeah, you can like cut it up whatever way you want to do it. But um, it should always be, to me, like no matter what game project you're doing, you should always be building to eventually get funding, because sometimes when you need funding as like a lifeline, if you're not ready for it, or like maybe could be pitching for it, that's why like we always like we kind of have a whack-a-mole process of production of like, oh, we need some combat here, let's improve that. Oh, we need some enemies here, let's do that. Oh, we need a little bit of polish, let's do that. Like MMOs live and die on just stacking systems together, right? It's not like, oh, I have a fully complete inventory system and now my MMO's like really filling there. It'll just feel like an inventory system. Like you need to have like a combined like get to those milestones of like this is a playable thing. Like I've worked for companies in the past where they wanted hold on one sec. Well, I've worked for companies in the past that wanted like this one part of the system like fully complete, right? And even if that's fully complete, it's not going to feel like a good experience because it's missing all these other things. And so you want to be building to do like a demo, always build to do a proof of concept product, minimal viable product, a demo, these type of things. And I'll be AFK one sec. All right, I'm back. 145 messages. Holy mackerel! What the heck happened there? That's a spammer. Hello, Jose. Jose in a got TV. Jose. Um. Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you on the BRB screen. What just happened when I left? But yeah, always like doesn't matter what game you're building, always be building towards some sort of vertical slice, because sometimes it might be an oh shit situation where you're trying to pitch, or it might be a situation where like you just randomly fucking meet a publisher or something, and they're like, hey, show me your stuff, and like if you have something playable, like there's so much of the you got timed out for writing a big message. Oh my god, all your messages got deleted? What the hell? I'm just realizing this. What the frick? That's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, so much of the games industry is like luck and being there at a random time, right place, right time, and they want to see like they all just no matter who you're dealing with, what type of publisher it is or investor it is, they want to see something playable that looks like a tiny 1 to 5% complete thing of an experience, and yeah, the Spellbreak example is like kind of the perfect thing, you know. Again, if art's your strength, focus on the art. But of course, like if you're not looking for funding, doesn't necessarily matter. But I always suggest people if you're building any type of game, you need to focus on a demo. You need to focus on a vertical slice that's playable, that's real, that's showable. Don't go down a rabbit hole in some one system unless it's like the one mechanic that like makes and breaks your game and makes you unique, that type of thing. Yeah, I agree. Now make a demo for an MMO. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So, I'm a little bit caught here of like I want to do a playtest Sunday, and this is one of the things that you're going to experience eventually. Because the indie dev, you can't have like massive branching of. I mean, you could, but I don't like to branch my perforce, anything like that. So when it comes to being around the corner of a playtest, I don't want to break systems. I don't want to try and introduce much like crazy change right before a playtest. And so I don't know how much of my new system I want to do. The problem is, I think it'd be a really cool feature to have. I think it sets the stage of something different that other games don't have. Okay. Ability rotation system count. Let's just throw this stuff. Collapse to function. But it's like when you're really pushing that that testing, you're like, oh, I want to do updates because, you know, maybe this weekend's the weekend that people actually find me and play a ton. So I want to, you know, be as best as I can. But every time you introduce something new, you risk breaking things. And who knows what can happen. Okay, so first up, just a simple increment. And I'm going to stick this at 1. Because these type of systems, I hate starting at 0. Actually, I can't do that. Because I'm going to be using arrays, so I need to be at 0. I hate that, but so 0. All right. So increase the ability system. And before this, we need to validate if it's okay, +1. Does equal or greater than 3. If that is true, we will set this back to 0. If it's false, we increment. And we'll just print string. I know print string's like known as like the scrub way to debug, but it just works. Yep, I'll post it in Discord. Yeah, and so this will be like this month is our so-called like quote unquote 4th playtest. This playtest this weekend will probably be our 5th playtest because we did one last weekend. And so playtesting is something we have done a lot of. Oh, I don't have a target dummy on. Again, our like the way our core philosophy is to win people through real live gameplay. So we're not boasting about what we will be, what we could be. We're boasting about here's what we have. Come try it. Tell us what you think. Okay. 1, 2, back to 0. And auto attack is not increasing it because auto attack is a different system. Oh, I gotta fix the regen on the rogue. Database. I need to mark that as a priority up here. Validate all regen on all player classes. Basically, I did a little bit of a troubleshooting rework on some of my stat system stuff. Basically, there's too many things. When an NPC or player would spawn, there was like a bunch of systems basically modifying your health. and I had to like consolidate them and have them have better flow, because your health would ping pong from like low high, low high, low high, and then like finally get low, finally get high, and it felt really unpolished. I need its primary, I believe, regen rate. I think 2 seconds. Huh, why is this not transferring over? That's all client side. Chanter. Okay, so this is what's supposed to be triggered. And this is the old code stuff. I also need to think about my next topic on YouTube. Because I'm in a big push for YouTube content. I think my regen is way too fast for the rogue. This is the rogue and archer. So 20 regen, maybe 10. Okay. That's not doing anything. Let's try here, primary regen rate, and the autotech time bar is funny. It was just such a nice quality add-on. Wow. It felt nice, I guess, the convenience of knowing. Yep. It's also part of the rotation, so your attacks do reset your auto attack timer. So there is a little bit of like trying to have that as a thought about mechanic in some way, like kind of micro optimizations. Why is regen just like not even working at all? Did I screw something up somewhere? Let's go to primary. Primary. That's hooked up. Generation setup is all good. I think I might disable my some of my regenerate code. I need to reformat it. And I think I've screwed it up a little bit. Wait, what is going on there? Okay, this is that stuff. That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to go to set statistic. I'm going to put a pin and regenerate nodes. Okay. So I have a system that I try and reduce timers a lot in vertical third. One of those ways is by using time math. And so it's just, instead of having a timer that like is used for cooldowns, I instead just use time math. And so you can calculate regeneration. You can do your cooldowns on time math. And so it's like, oh, you press a button. You can't use that button until this time has elapsed. And you know, if you push the button again and the time hasn't elapsed, you just do time math, and you don't have to have a timer. And so you don't have like this thing going on every tick. But I've made some modifications to Tearyn that I think have screwed with it. And now regen is like, it feels off. Time math, M-A-T-H. And I just want a little bit, I'm like kind of in a little bit of a polish day or two. And I just want to increase that polish. And so my quick way of solving that is just doing a quick timer for each statistic. I do think it's the better way. Like doing this time math stuff is the better way to do it. But I'm just kind of pressed on time, and I don't really want to spend time on fixing a regeneration system right now. Especially the system can get a little complicated. But so timers are, you know, anything that's like a delay, you know, anything that's a delay that's like constantly ticking and stuff. In Unreal, like, they can add up if you don't watch it. And if you think of the standard, like again, I base so much of vertical third around like raids and stuff. If you have a timer running for health regen and cooldowns, it adds up so quick. And so already you have, it's like the main culprits are cooldowns, buffs, debuffs, and regeneration. So if you have a 40-person raid, every person in that raid is going to have 5 to 10 abilities being pressed, 5 to 10 cooldowns per player. So already with like, we'll say 20 people, that's like 100 something cooldowns, or 100, 200 cooldowns. Then you have everyone's regeneration going. It's another potentially 100 something cooldown, timers going. Then you have buffs and debuffs. If you don't build your system correctly, that could be individual timers for every single buff or debuff. So it very quickly gets to like 1,000 timers. Then you have the boss, buff, debuff timers, the buffs the boss cooldowns and regens, all these other things going off. Then you have your action system that also, utilizes timers and things like that. And it just adds up a lot. And so my combat system, basically the buff debuff part of it, and dots and stuff, consolidates all buffs and debuffs into one timer. So if you have like 100 buffs and debuffs, all running on one timer, consolidates them all. All cooldowns are based on time math. And so you push a button, if it works, it stamps the time. If you try and push it again, it'll say, oh, if it's this time plus 5 seconds, then you can cast it. If it's this time plus, for a 5-second cooldown, if it's this time plus 3 seconds, then you can't use it, because time math. These are all like, you have to remember that some of these things I talk about, a lot of them can be like just micro optimizations. And like I don't have a before and after of performance with and without all these things. And so it's just like, it might help a lot, might not help at all. But it's like we know, we have one fundamental truth. Lots of timers is bad. That's the one fundamental truth. And so, yeah. And it's like, it goes back to like MMO design in general, especially for our MMO. It's, small worlds. We all know how WoW is when it comes to oh, come on. Sometimes copy paste just randomly breaks in Unreal and you have to switch tabs to fix it. It's so annoying. In WoW, I suspect this is basically one of their problems. But basically, if you've ever experienced an Alterac Valley or just some mass bout, a PvP section, everything starts to get choppy. Everything starts to slow down. Things don't work as well. And so I'm sure there's, things like that. These are some micro things that happen that can add to those things. So health regen rate. Put this over here. And so these are timers in Real and are in Unreal, and they they're just a countdown timer type thing. Everything's going to be looping. But it's all about like, when I was designing it all, it's like, oh, this is the situation I'm aiming for. Like, whenever you're doing performance, you're always kind of thinking of not just random performance gains. It's what is your target thing you want to do? And how do you optimize that specific situation? So my specific situation was anywhere between 40 and 80 people in a raid boss situation, right? In an outdoor raid boss, trying to fight and compete for that loot. And so that's, again, vertical thread was created from the start to be able to power an MMO in the future. And so that's the idea. But then again, imagine not having some optimization for a situation that can get bad. Yeah, honestly, I'm into researching performance optimizations. It's a huge thing when it came to visual assets. So let's work on them. Absolutely. And again, I had the mentality of I want to be the one that takes, again, full blueprint project in Unreal, doing multiplayer. I want to be the one that proves how good Blueprint is in Unreal and how good it is for multiplayer, and then how much can I actually push a single Unreal Engine dedicated server. I want to beat other people's limits that I've been told that are there. And so that is why I've have these focuses on these random small optimization things. Okay, so we're going to do regen value. Yeah, that's a contest. We're going to do it better for Unreal Server stuff. Yep. Because I do believe, if I'm able to get a few hundred people on a server, I think I can smoke this next, another mega grant. And hopefully that'll potentially snowball me into publishing and stuff. So it's there's monetary goals with it as well. Can I do that? I think I can just do set stat, right? There's all the limits here, I think. So stat current, max health here, value. So I do have to do the plus. Yeah, okay. Set statistic call. Health current. This plus this is this. This is primary current. Let's copy this over here. Secondary current. Tertiary current. And tertiary generation value. I gotta make sure these are not base. Okay, secondary value and primary value. Tertiary current, secondary current, and primary current. Okay. I think that's good. Let's go back to set the base stats. Or get 2 1 2 1 2. Why is Unreal be like this? All right. Health regen rate, health regen value. Holy mackerel, Unreal! What are you doing? Keeps like unselecting every time I primary regen rate. Please, Unreal. Please. Stop. Gen value. Secondary rate. Secondary value and tertiary rate. Okay. Now we go to our, oh, I gotta do this first. The cancel clause. If this is less than or equal to 0, we skip. I know my clean code wise, this looks like complete crap, but I don't. It's not really important right now. These are things I just go back and fix up later. Okay. And this is only being set on the server because they're the only one that's allowed to change stats. I don't know how you blueprint people do it when they all turn to the dark side, but man, I think I'm good. This just looks like it could be a mess down the line. But then again, as you see you changing shit, it's not that bad. It's one of those things that, like, yeah, like every coding language has, you know, messy shit, right? Not one single language in the world, like, can't be messy. And the more I see it, the more I'm not against it, which is like, it's like I don't have to worry about compiling. I don't have to worry about Visual Space Studio and like any of those compilers. I don't have to worry about any of those. Like, I don't have to worry about some weird syntax error. You know, oh, forgot a bracket. Forgot, you know, all those things. I don't need to worry about any of those. Guess what? Like, every time I get something that crashes, every time I have a problem or a crash comes up, this little message log tells me what's wrong with my code. I don't have to like track down most bugs because I get a pop-up that says, "Hey, this thing went wrong," and I can click on it with links. Like there's so many things. My big kerfuffle. Like, I'm not saying you were like this, right? But you know, I've obviously had to deal with so much coding elitism and dealing with blueprints, right? and they're always like, C++ is better, and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, it's just like, please, sir, point to a AAA game built with C++ that has launched with perfect performance, optimization, and like coding stuff. Please, I would love for you to point to that game. You know? What AAA game that are all built on C++ is apparently magically, you know, better coded than everything there is. Like, I'm waiting. The not so snarky answer is Blueprint. Stop thinking it as visual scripting and start thinking of it as another programming paradigm. And as we all know, programming paradigms are all about handcuffing what you can do in order to have cleaner code, better systems, limiting how you can not over-architect and over-engineer things, and you're restrained to stop yourself from fucking over your entire team. Okay, so I did all that. Now I need to set this base stats. Rogue. Let's go here for a sec. I think I can do gen. Let's set everything to a base for a second. Yeah, the stigma behind visual scripting, at least people are getting the idea that it's actually just better. The whole thing here is like every coding language like you still need to know how to code properly, right? Blueprints is different from any other language. Like you still need to know how to code properly in Blueprints, right? And you have to watch all the Epic Game videos on optimizing Blueprints and optimizing Unreal itself and actors and components and all these things, and it doesn't erase all those. And so you can make all the same mistakes in C++ as you do in Blueprint in their own way. And as we all know, C++ is limitless with what you can do. And that's what makes it really bad, especially for engineers that want to build the most greatest thing ever, and they over-architect it. All right, so regen value of 5 every 3 seconds. Tertiary, I don't think anyone's using tertiary, so I'm going to leave that at 0. I guess there's not much point in, I think this one works. And primary, I'm just going to do on a per the class basis, I guess. And so let's close that out, and then go to regen. And so this is the rogue. So we're doing, I think it's like every 2 seconds we're doing 15. Archer, and tank. Okay, so this is the archer. They're a little different. I think they're the same as the rogue. 15 every 2. But then they're actually, yeah, secondary has no regen. So they're done. And then the mage. Primary. I think this is kind of low. Like 5 every 5. I don't know. And we'll do the same for the enchanter. And tank will just do like 10 health every 3 seconds. A little bit more. And primary, not needed, not needed, not needed for the tank. And the healer. It's 5/5. I think we're good now. Good. All right, yeah, much more on the dot now. The second we hit the proper value, we can use it. Like it just always was a little bit off. Okay, let me check the other classes. We'll start with Archer. But yeah, I sometimes I have fun with the debate of what the. Did I screw something up? I misspelled Archer. There you go.
Parkour.
I have a little joke that there's like a low chance when you dodge roll on the Archer that you shout out parkour. Now, why is this not? Is this like not using any stamina? Did I turn off the dodge stamina? I can already tell your game looks smoother than mine. Maybe it's the animations. Mine are kind of mid due to how old they are. It's a little bit just about knowing your animation systems, you know? Like there's so many ways to let's do like, I don't know, 40. Like I have done so much just random animation setups over and over and over and over and over and over. I've gotten used to how to work with them. Like the dodge roll is a blend space, and then I literally take the same dodge animation but rotate it, you know. And then, well, I think you have fine-tuned it pretty well, which is what I think. Yeah. So I literally have an animation. Like, it also is like, I went through this a lot. Okay, the Archer's regen's like really fast for some reason. Oh, maybe it's the different thing. So when I developed my systems with my combat system, I made basically a very clean, like I have an actor component specifically for animations, right? And if you look at my animation data, there's a very I have an appearance section. So you have your animation start sequence and stuff, and your animation end. You don't always have to use both, like melee attacks and stuff. A lot of time are just end animations. But like anything with like if you're charging a fireball, whatever has a cast time, then it's the start animation. And so that's where a lot of it comes from, and making sure that multiple animations don't get triggered at the wrong times. A lot of timing sometimes, like I modify timings. I'll give you an example of database enemies. King here. I think it's this one maybe. And so in Unreal, you have montages, right? Again, I have no idea what these might be called in Unity. But this is the same animation, but I've cut it up 4 times. And because the actual timing of it sucks, right, for an actual readability. And so this part here, I've put a play rate of 1.5 to make sure he jumps, like he have that oomph of the speed up. And then I take the same animation, bring it down to 0.4 play rate. So it slows down, gets that like so-called like slowness, and then drop, kind of faster again for a drop. And that's where the explosion goes off. And then like back to rest, right? And so I play a lot with those type of things too. I've done little animation setup in Unity. It's honestly straightforward. It's just learning extra bits to help make things. Yeah, animation. This dude's animation was really smooth when I saw it. Yeah, so it's so much. Like again, the assets you get are usually fine, but it's the technical animation part of it. The learning how Unity and Unreal are able to do things that let you blend stuff properly, And I have my own, like all of my, like there's, is this the animation blueprint? So in Unreal we have blend spaces. This is what like a blend space looks like, right? And so like you set up the directional movement, and so it blends things smooth. And like you can do that, like I said, if we go dodge BS, I think. It's like the same thing here.
Parkour.
And so like these are some of the things, the different technical things. Like again, you have all the different running stuff. And then matching the speed and things. Here's like a gun version of just some of the basic stuff I've put in. And then you also have obviously the blueprint itself. This is my blueprint that I have, like blending per bone. So like the bottom and the top like blends, and you can like separate the bottom half from the top half. These things, some like full slots basically let you decide if a montage will force the whole body or use half the body. I wish to only spend as little time as possible to get animations to work good enough. Well, it's just a whole other genre of game design. Yeah, I actually went to school for animation a little bit. I was got off. It was 3D animation. I went to Animation Mentors, and so I have a good eye, and like animation theory. Was kind of a terrible animator myself. I just didn't have the passion for it. But it did teach me a lot of like just animation theory. Like I know about like squash and stretch and timing, and I also homeschool my kids, so like they're into art and stuff. So I've linked them different resources for different animation things, and so I have a good eye, and animation theory and knowledge. But I'm not an animator myself, Yeah, like we're like such a neurodiverse family, right? Like autism, ADHD, like freaking everything. And my wife and I had horrible experiences in school, and we also just were firm believers in learning tech and software and these things. So um, I had to go had Catholic school wearing uniforms and all boys schools. Oof, yeah. So I went to a Catholic school too, but it was pretty relaxed. It wasn't like anything crazy like that. I'm from Canada, but live in California. Um, Players, classes. You're a bad boy. Yeah. I can only imagine the chaos of a whole school of just boys. And like, I don't know who thought of that plan, but that's just looking for trouble. Yep. Setting stuff on fire. Um, Archer, stats, regen. Okay, every 2 seconds is way too much here, so maybe 10? Does that feel lower? There's no way that's proper. Um, Primary generation rate, primary current, primary resistance value. All right, just to check this, if we turn this all off. Oh, I bet you I know what I'm doing. Derp. I'm not saying the base value. Regen base value. Primary base is 15. Primary base is 2. That's one thing I need to switch over. So one thing to think about, like when you're dealing with stats and stuff, you need to always be very deterministic on how you calculate your stats. And so at all times, you should be able to have all your different systems, such as equipment, buffs, base stats. You should at any time be able to subtract them and add them and like get back to that 0 point. And so I have a base variable for base stats right now. And I want to switch that to a data table to be a bit easier. Not only is it easier for less variables in your blueprint and your actor, but it is easier for any type of designer to open up a data table. Parkour. And yes, it's obviously a Office throwback. All right, this is like way like the polish on the regen's like just absolutely like phenomenally better. And that's all I wanted right now. And it's like another rule, right? Like a kind of breaking on top of like going back to a little bit of design. I'm giving one class a dodge roll, and they are actually immune, just like you would in the Elder Scrolls type of game. And so that's how we're taking that EverQuest early WoW kind of mentality, but we're breaking it as well and trying to do things that you wouldn't typically see in a. Oh, this is driving me crazy, this thing. Why are you still... what is it? It's not outline, right? No, overlay. Wow, that's still doing it. Wow. Oh, it's like manually set for that for some reason. There we go. The ghosts don't do well with the overlay outline. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about actively being able to dodge roll like that in a tap target game. I wonder how abusable that would be. Not every class gets a dodge roll. Well, again, it's like we're still balancing like the stamina cost and things. And so the archer is supposed to feel like an archer and stuff like that, and be a little bit nimble. And so, even though it's a slow-paced game, it gives you something unique, right? That's what a lot of these classic MMOs are about. Is this class has this one thing that no other class has, and for the archer, it makes you feel a little bit more like a Legolas, right? Yeah, stamina. So if you saw here, like they have a stamina bar, and then they have like a resource spender bar. And so your auto attacks basically are your generator, and your you basically have a spender for stuff. And right now it's just an auto attack, and then you have like a power shot type thing. And then your traps actually give you your traps are actually give you your spender too. And so that's kind of trying to be the. This comes a little bit from my WoW experience. In Burning Crusade, I was a hunter. And the thing I loved the most about, and I got in my little guild, people loved in the early Burning Crusade days. Some of the dungeons were hard, and especially the heroic dungeons, right? You probably remember this, right? And I would be a survival hunter, and I would triple ice block trap. And it wasn't so much like, it wasn't about the DPS or whatever. It was about the CC, because those heroic dungeons early on were very hard, right? And if I can trap three things, like it was like you put your first trap down. I think you pull something, you put your next trap down, and then you survivalist. You can pop your like survivalist ability to reset your cooldowns, and you trap another thing, and so you triple ice block on a pull, and all of a sudden like heroic dungeons were a breeze. Because we just like most packs were like what 5 or 6 mobs, right? So we'd be able to, we'd probably have one other class that has some form of CC, whether it's like a sheep or a sleep or chains or something like. And so that's kind of stemming from where the archer design comes from. And so it's a really basic kit right now, but I don't even know if I want to keep the traps as traps. I think because it's kind of annoying. It's always been annoying of like you can't. The traps kind of feel useless in a group, right? It feels so stupid as an archer to be like, oh, I want to use my damage trap, so I'm gonna go walk up to the monster, place a trap, and walk back out and start shooting, right? And so it's like I did do things like I have a snare trap, I have a banish trap, and then I do have a taunting shot. And so you can do that whole thing of like put a banish trap down, which is like the ice block trap, and then do a taunting shot to bring it in. So I do have like those systems and mechanics. And like I really loved the design of misdirect. You probably remember that. You throw misdirect on your tank and then shoot stuff, and it gives the aggro to the tank. I love that feature. So there's things I'm thinking about with that. All right, but yeah, regen is phenomenally better right now. I need to double check on the rogue. That I did set the base value. All right, so these basically just keep those 0. And then base, primary. Okay, that's good. Base health, good. And now on to, so I did archer, enchanter now. Visit my class to enchanter. Base primary is 5 and 3. I think I'm doing 5 and 5 is what I'm doing. I'll give it a shot. Base regen. Are all these reset? 5 and 3. That's fine. Secondary and tertiary. Oh, that's why it's 5 and 3. So primary is 5 value and 5. That's correct. And then health. Let's just make it easy. 5 and 5 for both. And secondary and tertiary are 0. And then let's go back and adjust the hunter and rogue to make sure those are same. And I'm ping-ponging back and forth here. Regen base. So health 5, health 5, and 3 and 15 felt fine. 3, 15, okay. 5 and 5. I was going to say, people say drop-trees and dungeons. Yeah, there's things to think about. I think in the later versions of WoW, in the more classic, I can't remember where they added it, but I think they removed the traps and made them like attached to arrows. So a frost arrow would lay a frost trap. And so there is that option. But at the same time, I do want to like not be completely reliant on WoW's version of it. Health, primary. It's like I do want to like start thinking about my own version of it and what I can do differently with the class that makes it feel a little bit more unique. It's also like there's two kind of core designs there, right? There is the pure archer that's literally only about the archer. Then there's the hunter, which is WoW hunter with the pet and then the traps and stuff like that. Then there's like the survivalist. Like there's been weird versions of melee hunters in WoW, which ties a little bit in EverQuest. EverQuest had a beast lord, which is kind of like a monk shaman with a pet, with like a really beefy pet kind of class. There's like things to pick from there. You know, I do think I want my then in EverQuest there's also a ranger that in the early days it was mostly swords. Then later on they finally became full blown archers. I do want my archer, like I do like playing archers a lot. I was like a Hanzo main in Overwatch. Not necessarily very good, but it was fun to play. Really fit the Hanzo theme of a player. And so, but I want it to be more of a Legolas than anything. And I don't want you to have some sort of like melee, bullshit. You shoot bows and arrows. That's what you do. And I want that like arrow feel, archer feel to be really good. Okay, health regen, primary regen. I don't need such secondary, tertiary, okay. And rogue, I did. Archer, enchanter, healer. What class am I testing? Enchanter? So yeah, it's been a good couple days for polish. I've done some nice polish, and I'm enjoying this. Whoa! Oh, that's the... What is going on with that mana pool? Oh, it's because I'm level 50. That's why. Now what's going on with these pets too? What the fuck? What is going on with my abilities? Okay. I think I have mana skilling. I think an enchanter needs some actual... So something's weird's happening on the pet. Okay. Do I not need that anymore? Did I fix that? Oh, maybe the stats are all jacked. Okay, let's go to stats. Um, I think just one here. Okay, their base is there. Did the kit get reset for some reason? That's weird. Yeah, I'm going to have various kinds of classes that are ranged, but in sci-fi fantasy, so I got a lot of cool ideas to work with. Absolutely. I actually had like I was kind of busy at the time, but I did enjoy WildStar a decent amount. Why is he not getting? Oh, a form of magic, but it's grounded in science, but not too much, so it's boring. Yeah, I know. I know. What is it? Tim Kaine. I don't know if you watch his stuff, but has a few. He was one of the design directors on WildStar. He's got a channel too, a bunch of tons of different content. But he has some WildStar stuff. A bunch of WildStar videos. That might be some good takeaways. Yeah, binge watch stats. Well, good old Tim. Yeah. Again, I point to a lot of videos. Some of them are subjective. Some of them are, of that era. These things. So sometimes you got to take them with a grain of salt and like convert it to today's concept and things. So it's all about gathering information and understanding if it's useful in today's day. Because sometimes, as like we see time and time again, some developers are very successful early in their careers, and it doesn't translate in their later their careers. So and sometimes their early success carries their late careers, and because they might be kind of in a really kind of chill position because of their early career. Richard Garriott. Yeah, no, I watch too much educational content. Like I am like very burnt out on how much educational content I watch, and like I'm almost at a point where it can be hard to watch more educational content. I still do it anyways, but yeah, it's a lot. It's good stuff, but yeah, there comes to a point where it's too much. Yeah, it comes to a point where it's like you know what you need to do, you just need to build. Especially when you have like systems to build and other things to build, and it's like, well, I can't even do the design stuff yet. I have all this other garbage shit I have to do. So what the heck? Why is this not doing this? Is it summoning the wrong pet? Enchanter pet. Okay. It's gotta be a base stats thing. Or is it like a weird experience thing? Did we get here? Okay. So AI pet, it's not an AI pet. Spawning state off. Alright, so we go through here. Add the pet, spawning off. Command attack. It's not being called for it. For some reason. Alrighty. Or is it instant spawning state off? Sorry. Okay. I believe. I need to do this. Does that fix? I don't know how that got turned off, apparently. This is so weird. So 1, loot should not be enabled on the enchanter pet. It's got to be something back on stats. So experience, no master. Let's skip that. Stat component, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, it's this loop right here. This is what it is. It's probably stuck in this, right? Hello, Turbo Shire. How are you? All right. I do believe that is the problem. I'm doing swell. I'm just doing a little bit of polish on some things. And I'm fixing I was fixing regen in the game. Now I don't even know if that's the problem. I think that's a problem with the target dummy. So we're building an Indie MMO. We have obviously if you our store link is at the top pinned. You can kind of find out a little bit there. Classic MMO stuff. We have a vertical slice. We have a demo you can download and play when our playtests are active. I think I'm doing a test on Sunday. So if you want to try it, you can come out Sunday. We're at a stage where we have a pretty solid base game. We have some nice boss enemies. We have, tier 0, 1 through 2 pieces loot. We have a raid boss. Takes probably like 20 to 30 people or something. No one's beat it yet. Plenty of do. People that play usually play for several hours. So if you want to grab some people, our main core thing right now is we're trying to stress test our servers. And so we're trying to get to like 100 to 200 person mark. So ROT update nameplate. So if I disable this guy, did I take off the? What is doing that? Is that the player character? I mean, I got a 99950 XCPU. Would it benefit me running multiple instances or no? No, don't worry about that. You'd have to, like, again, it's not so much just logging in and doing nothing, right? Like, you could have like 100 copies up for me and have them all playing the game and doing stuff. Are some characters, etc., says they're placeholder? Are they subject to change or more about possibility? No, they're like, our characters are going to be completely changed. Everything we're using right now is marketplace assets, so everything's subject to change. We like how our environment's working right now. But no, who knows where we go, right? That's the other thing is like a lot of MMOs in development, they try and do these tests with simulated environments, and like a lot of simulated data is like kind of bullshit, right? Like it's really just it's so much bullshit. And there was a few talks on Pantheon. They were it's so weird, right? Both Pantheon and Ashes had proprietary, customized, networking stacks that they were working on. It's so wild. And I don't remember how Unity's or Pantheon's worked out, if it worked out really well or what. Both of them had thought about packaging it up and selling it as a product, I know, and each team had like one or two people that were like the core people that knew that tech. And I think I heard rumors that the main Ashes guy there left at one point, and like it really hurt their grid mesh stuff. I haven't checked in with the stuff that Pantheon's doing, but yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but just simulating clients is just kind of like useless, because if they're not playing like actual players, like there's not much. It's not good data. So get component, get user interface. Why is this failing all of a sudden? Oh, maybe we only do this on. This is a server thing, and this is just a client side update to a nameplate, I think. Yeah, that's what that problem is. So if you didn't know, in Unreal Engine, dedicated servers do not care about UI. And when you package them, they actually strip out most UI, or they strip out all UI. And so that was being called on the server, and it didn't know. It couldn't find the shit it was looking for because it's not there. So the health is popping up and down. That's the regen. It's just, I swear it's got to be a base stat thing. The thing I don't understand is why is it not ROT set level? Why is it not setting the level? Component experience, set level. So like, why isn't this doing what it's supposed to? Set level. Is it like a stupid delay thing that I like forgot to re-add? Watch it be a stupid like tiny delay thing. Nope. This is just like really weird. So set level. Am I calling the wrong thing? AI, I think I'm calling the wrong thing. Initialize level. And then we'll come through here. AI. Custom level spawn. And then we won't set the level. We go there. Okay, let's just go through this base. That's all fine. Attributes. We'll at least start with 1 power. Don't care about these. All regions 0. These enchanter pets were working like 3 hours ago. I don't know what's that's like it's supposed to be like that, right? Go to the archer. Okay, that might be the problem. What are you doing? This is so crazy. it. Oh, did I find a bug? I might have no. Oh, actually, shit. I'm not even getting my pet window. Hold on. Is it taking this route? So I'm supposed to have a pet window pop up. It's supposed to be coming through here. Okay. ROT add pet. Spawning state off. Setting it to a pet. If I turn that off, how does that possibly stop? AI controller. Okay, so this is being where did I set this AI controller stuff? This was, okay, I'm on the lead. I did something with the AI controller recently. So I need not, is it this? Get owner, spawned. So I changed code because I wanted to have. So it starts. So the start of the story is I wanted to create a dynamic AI system. So instead of having, say, I wanted a bunch of skeletons and stuff. Okay, so that worked. So I'm onto that here. So that goes there. And spawning state stuff. And so this is here. And so I want to build my stuff. So like this goes back a little bit to EverQuest, but you'd have a range of skeletons from 1 to 50 or 60, whatever it goes up to. And instead of having potentially 10 different blueprints of different skeletons, I want to have one skeleton blueprint that I can basically change the level and then just have different level brackets, so-called level ranges that might change their skill stats. That being said, it's a dynamically run thing, so when it spawns into the world, it has to set up its kind of kit, its abilities, its looks, all these things. And so as a result of that, it would spawn into the world, and then you could kind of see it changing as kind of back experience. So I had to do some changes in order to accommodate that. First one was I make sure the AI, when the server puts them into the world, they're not replicated off the start, and they're in a spawning state. And so they spawn in, they don't replicate to clients, they set themselves up completely in order to spawning state of character AI master. Hopefully that works. So they spawn in, they don't replicate from there, they set themselves up. So that kind of changes their loot table, changes their stats, their health. It's on like all of a sudden, instead of having all these different blueprints with different health values for skeletons, I can just use a simple data table again to basically scale their health up. Finally, okay. Holy mackerel, that took forever. And then once they're confirmed set up and good to go, we replicate to clients. They slowly fade in, good to go. And you can even see it with the target dummy. And so you'll see this like red line is 8. They spawned, so that's the spawning on the server. I can't target them, can't interact with them. And then as soon as they spawn, their stuff's already set. Updates to the client, and we're good to go. And when they spawn, they actually spawn and they immediately do hidden in game. And so they're replicated to the clients. The client can't see them. And then they do a hidden update effectively and then immediately fade themselves in. Just trying to hide as much as that like pre-setup time as possible. Alright, so overall, finally back to working. And so I had a bunch of weird, like really weird errors. Like Unreal had some, basically if you give, so I had the replication turned off on the actor, but as soon as you give that actor an AI controller, it replicates. For some reason, that causes a replication event. And so I had to do all these weird finagling with the AI controller, which basically has screwed up some of this past code. Now, the next weird thing is why... Okay, and so this goes back to why. This is no longer the owner. So I need to get spawned owner. And now we're getting the actual level we want. And I think we can just do set level again. Set level. Or maybe I should do that. So if we initialize the level, we're setting it to the same level as the player character. But we come through here, and we go down to the AI. This should turn false, so we don't set this here. Oh, wait a minute. We want to set the level. So I think we need to copy this. And do this. Let me just try this random thing. Okay, so that is working. They're updated. So it's not showing me his damage done, so something's still wrong there. I will do, so apply stat level curves. Update nameplate. Okay, so I think that's, what's the other thing I was fixing? Oh yeah, for some reason I can't see the damage stats. So there's one more thing to update somewhere. Back up to the master. And this is not what I need. Okay, so I think this is what I need here. So this is what's screwing up. Because this is pointing at the controller probably. It's pointing at itself. iPad. So this is supposed to be true. Nope. Not yet. Okay, so that's correct. This is the problem. This is the AI controller. Yeah, okay, that's the bug. Do we have a get? Okay, so we're going to need a new, so this is the AI, character AI, rt get spawned owner, actor reference, owner, and just because a little more clear, AI spawned owner. And plop that guy there. Over to stats. Get spawned owner. And now our damage numbers should be back. Save all. Or not. Spoke too soon. What is this coming back with? Okay. I didn't screw up the combat text, didn't I? From my previous thing I did. No. Okay. All right. Okay, now I need to double check the stats of the pet. Are they just missing? Block chance, block, miss. It's all like 2%. Okay, that's avoidance. So it has to be another one of these. What the dreaded noodles? I'm going to the stats. So weird. Oh, why can't I find this stupid combat text shit? um, I might just need to call it quits right now. I feel like my brain needs a rest. Oh my god, that's gonna be it. Okay. Holy, I don't know why, but this shit wasn't indexing. I think I saw some sort of like weird bug like that. So if I go back to avoidance, it's just this. Component. That's fine. Owner get AI logic, also fine. Okay. Follow. Now I gotta go to the player. Character master. Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention to chat. Is it supposed to be invincible? So the thing I'm attacking is a target dummy, and so I'm just trying to get my the first thing I was trying to get is the basically all this started with fixing regeneration, right, for all characters. As a result of a previous change, I just discovered a bug for the enchanter pet, which is a temporary pet. And basically, it wasn't attacking. It was just completely dead water. And then scrolling combat text for the pet attacks weren't being sent to the player character. And so that was the issue. And then that was a problem. Like, I don't know which game development. I just like having dev streams in BG. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like again, if you look below my page, I'm an educator in the space, and so I actually built the Coursera project for Eric, for Epic Games. We did my wife and I did courses 5 through 8, and so there's like 26 hours of content there. We have YouTube channels. We have the Vertical Third YouTube channel. We have just to show you like our history. We have the Vertical Third YouTube channel. This is us here. So there's like educational content here if you're ever interested on some server stuff. This is obviously our product. It's our tech down here. We have our Ruins of Tearyn channel, which is our game, obviously. I'm creating more content around all this stuff and building an Indie MMO. And then like our legacy content, that's like mostly dead projects and just the old games. But a little bit of our journey. You may have seen some of this stuff if you ever watch Unreal Engine streams. You might have seen some of this stuff show up with content there. And then, like I said, the Coursera professional certificate is if you do try and make that jump to like a hobbyist or like learning, this is a free course. You can join anytime. It gives you like a weird starts February 14th, but you can enroll anytime. I think for free. And there is four other creators or whatever. These are all good guys. Logan Lucas, and Ryan Landley. You'll probably notice Ryan Lately. Sorry. They're all great guys that we got to work with. And if you look at the 8-course series, we did all these went down here, and we actually take you through again 26 hours of video content. The only caveat here is, unfortunately, just game tech moves fast. This project was developed before Fab launched, and right as basically the whole course launched, there was a transition from the Epic Games Marketplace to Fab. So there's like some things that are like sometimes like as creators we're like, oh, go download this free asset, and that free asset might not be there anymore. And so it's kind of like that. So visual and development audio design is very much just like a general overview of art styles and audio things that you can do. All this entire course is intended for like first time game devs, right? And in ours we bring you through some of the we bring the final we build you up for a little bit of game design interest and stuff here, just know-how in the industry, getting a project started, getting some animations in, and then game development prototyping. We bring you through how to build 6 different game modes. And so there's action, combat, story, crafting, stealth survival, platformer, and capture the flag. And so if you ever do want to make that jump, highly suggest this stuff. We got paid to do it by Epic. So all of us got paid to do it, this stuff by Epic. So it's like one of the more thorough courses. Now it was done with, I think, Unreal Engine 5.3, I think. So to have less hassle, make sure you use the same game engine version, just because sometimes things change. Hello, Jigsaw. How are you doing? Okay, so I'm attempting. So the thing I'm trying to do now is my commands are broken. Well, attack and follow seem to be working, but follow doesn't actually make them follow to me. Sick man, very nice of you to share knowledge with the community. Absolutely. Our path has just kind of taken us that route. Again, we built a product, vertical third, full game architecture. It's obviously too overwhelming for someone new, but the idea of it is to save yourself, millions of dollars and thousands of hours in development. Would be design, yeah. The arts. The first course is very very just getting some free assets from the marketplace. Thinking about art styles, art designs, and some basics like that. Okay, so pet AI command follow. So this is an issue because the owner moved to owner. If I go to AI move to, I wonder. So the problem is this owner. It's going to try to go to the owner of this, which if we do print string owner is the AI controller. Just trying to follow the AI controller. Am I supposed to swap this back? Okay, so all of this really comes down to me doing the wrong thing. So, okay. All right, I did this wrong. So interfaces. The root of the problem was a order of events. So get spawned owner. We're going to put this back to owner. Oh my god. It's there. And oh, come on. And then I need to figure out, remember where I did. Where did I set up the AI controller stuff? Because basically this no longer happens at this point. We have an insight to share how someone might get into composing music for video games. I'm definitely not the right person for that one. My big thing would be to just start. I'm trying to think if I have heard of anyone. I know I had one person. I don't know if he has content around this right now. Raznik. Okay, I'm trying to think of the girl now. I know there's a girl that I think had some podcasts and stuff. She did the music for God of War. Winifred Phillips. I think she's got content around this stuff. This is like, I can't say if this is like the exact thing, but like this is a start. Might help you. Again, I haven't watched these at all, so I don't quite know, but I know Winfield Phillips, the first one that comes to mind that actually has content around composing for games. And she's like obviously a very award-winning, well-renowned composer. I've watched some of these interviews I've watched. I can't remember which one though. Obviously, some are older than others, but it might give you a little bit of a direction. Here's if you didn't know, there's a on YouTube. This is a GDC video. These are here's an audio talks one. Obviously there's a huge drop of videos to go through, but this is exactly what you're asking for. There's a career-related one, getting into the industry, audio design. As we all know, like it's very common to start in QA, so that could be useful. And so, sometimes it's just freelancing stuff. It's like some people just start freelancing. Offer to do tunes, like if you want to get experience and have experience in your belt. Join game jams, do tunes for people for their game. That can get you noticed. And you're able to actually just show something, Game jams are always good for getting into, having networking, joining in networking events and stuff, and those things. I can't express enough that the goal to break into this industry, especially this time, if you didn't know, our industry's kind of shit right now. There's like well over 100,000 people, experienced people, veterans, all out of work. The amount of layoffs that have happened in the last 4 years is just insane. Freaking insane. And so it's very hard in these moments for juniors to break in. The whole topic of hiring juniors, it is a topic right now. No one's hiring juniors. No one's hiring anyone. Seniors and juniors right now. And so it's tough. And yes, hiring does happen. So but it's very tough right now. I guess the goal is the mentality is keep whatever job you have, slowly build up your stuff on your personal time, and when you can, and should you eventually get the leap, go for it. But so many people get these jobs, especially audio. So I know the one thing that's tricky about audio is a lot of times, you're just going to be a contractor. You know, it's unless you're getting on a bigger project. Most audio people are usually just contractors of some sort. You're usually just contracted to, you know, do the audio design, like some sort of audio design. You're focused on music, right? Not just sound effects and stuff. The vast majority of the time, you're probably going to be looking at a contractor, just being hired to do those songs for this thing, you know, this game. This is your stuff you're doing, and that's what I've seen a lot. You know, obviously, full-time audio positions do exist, but they're typically going to be on the more AAA teams. And yeah, work on a portfolio of stuff. But audio teams they're usually small, if there is a team for a full project, you know. But there's so many studios and contractors that like specialize in these things. And audio, depending on the company's philosophy, audio might be pushed to later when things are more figured out, and they don't have to like spend money on stuff that doesn't get used. But there's a whole thing of like, there's a whole debate, like there's design talks around like when to get music involved, when to get audio involved. You know, a lot of times it's reserved for later stages of the product. But there's counter arguments that it's better to get, you know, musicians and stuff, music in earlier to help you feel out the pace, the you know, the motion of the game and the feeling. What would video game developers want to see in a portfolio, or the kind of things in music? Think of just like play some games. Like you probably have plenty of games yourself that you play. It's like, what's a high action scene? What's a boss encounter scene? What's a, you know, shop scene? There are free packs, like if you wanted to create, you can sell stuff on the marketplace. Like if you think you can, that's one way to like. The marketplace doesn't really make you a ton of money, but it gives you potential contacts, right? And so like in my I have, you know, there's these mega. Now it's probably kind of, I'm saying this now, but there's probably a lot of competition with especially AI stuff being sold. But if you set up your page nicely, maybe you can. So like I have a game mega music pack. I have a few mega packs. Some of these are god awful, I will say, right? And some of them will say like 500 sound files, right? And they'll have like this shit, like, you know, 3 of the same thing that are like, oh, sorry, holy shit, rip ears. I don't know if you guys heard that, but damn, that was loud for me. Now some are better than others, like you know, some are really cheesy. But sometimes like you're supposed to also like in Unreal Engine you have the whole like sound editor thing that you can make adjustments to stuff, but yeah, and audio does a lot of times get pushed to later stages of development, like I mentioned. because then they have a lot of things figured out that help you as a composer actually make the thing you want to, that matches. But I swear I've seen audio. Excuse me. Audio talks of like, hey, you should start working with us earlier than later. But this is the search I did in YouTube. If you put that search into YouTube, you'll find, wild, a whole bunch of videos to potentially look for. Yeah, of course. I am trying to. I want to finish this bug before I go to bed. I'm trying to remember where I spawn the AI controller. What is it? AI controller. It's a command. Oh, I'm not in the right blueprint. I swear there's a stupid command or blueprint that I can search. Should just be spawn. Do I need to get AI controller? Spawn default controller. I'm pretty sure that's the stupid thing. Right? Okay. Here we go. Spawning state off. Spawn default controller. But as that happens, okay, kill this. Where the fuck did I put that thing? Okay. Owner spawned. Set owner. Right, I've bookmarked the videos linked. I have 2 books on video game music, but they're a bit dated now. The market is definitely oversaturated. Yeah. I've experienced at least. Video games have blown up to pretty absurd proportions for some random like. Hey, don't give up the shot, right? But be realistic about it. Yay, it's working. Holy mackerel. You know, this is the state of the industry. Like, I'm out of work right now. Like, I'm just letting that out there. I've been out of work for a year. It's bullshit. It sucks. I'm doing a huge push this month to see what we can get with Tearyn, but goddamn, it's rough out there. Okay, finally fix this stupid thing. All right, another bug down. Yes, child.
So I'm making like a compact flower for Jordan, right, for Valentine's Day.
Eh,
So
it's
I
like
was
you.
coloring it purple because I have to color it purple with my markers, put it in water, and then put it on the glass.
Looks like you strangled a sunflower.
Sunflower. I don't.
It's like orangey red.
No, it's purple. It's like pink and purple.
Yeah.
Pink. I guess it matches I guess it goes with the theme.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna have pink hair.
All right. Let me update my bug fixes. Bug fix. Enchanter pet now follows commands again. Did I set regen? Polished regeneration for all classes. Yeah, I know. Like, there's so many. I've heard so many stories of, some musician randomly meeting someone and trying to do music for their game. I think there's a story around Animal Well music. There's like some story around Animal Well. I can't remember what it was, but the guy helped out somehow. This is the soundtrack. It's a Big Mo. There is something there with Animal Well. I'm pretty sure that the guy got to do the music for the game and did really well with it. I'm trying to think of I'm like bits and pieces of just my binging of educational content are like going into my head right now. And maybe it was this thing, but this is like longer, obviously, making of Animal Well. There's so many random stories of these audio people, just like, even I think Winifred's, she at some point, I can't remember the exact stuff, but she had a back she like randomly got the God of War job. I think I could be wrong about that, but like a lot of things are just randomly networking and boom, you got it right. Sometimes there's some random chance, like try and find someone big and like try and get mentored, or so you're gonna interview them. Like so if you go to YouTube, let me switch this to my work with her account. I think what I'm trying to reference here is all here. There are, because I get tons of these. Thomas Brush interviews, tons of people. That's basically and he gets a good amount. Like he created 433,000 subscribers from interviewing people for a lot of content, right? This guy too, Jonas, also does this. He interviews people as well. There's different game devs, professionals in the industry. There is it Harry? I think he does. Yeah, this guy does a bunch of interviews as well. Party's Full is another young guy. He worked at EA for a little bit as a project manager or something. Just interviews people, right? I haven't seen someone take the spin of interviewing like a bunch of audio guys, like have a niche, right? Especially because like audio, music, talk about music stuff. You can create a lot of potential success for yourself by doing that type of thing. And guess what? It's the number one important thing is your networking, and that can lead to jobs. And so that could be a take to help you get in. Find out who the best composers are for games, and interview them. Talk about game music. Well, there you go. Combining two skills. And like look how small this guy is. Only 665 subscribers. He's a young guy. Look at the people he's getting. Zaryu, Ghost. People love to talk about themselves and experience, right? It's an opening. Yeah. I think that was a good one. So many things though, where you can tell like maybe start off with some people that are a little bit lower in their career or not as well known. And then you got some bigger shots, and then bigger shots, and then bigger shots. Well, I haven't seen that for, like, I've seen a lot of that for programming, a lot of that for game design. I haven't seen a lot of that for audio. Sorry if I'm punching. I kind of had a notion I'd end up either as a music teacher or music journalism. Yeah. And some people are killing it on YouTube in game dev. It is very hard to get lots of subs as a game dev. Thomas Brush has a friggin' fantastic format, very high quality, kind of intense interviews. Juniper has been slamming it, kind of just random thought things that she wants to talk about. Cobra Code's like all about 2D. He's got a niche. 2D and 2.5D. Sondering Emily. She's got just like life above game dev pretty much stuff. And then she's also got a horror game she's working on. Like, I've kind of sucked when it comes to, I guess, partly because I just need to create more content. And a lot of times I'm just kind of I'm too much of a dev sometimes, which is why I've kind of been pumping out some more content on Ruins of Tearyn. Obviously, Adam Eunice, freaking monster. He's like, this is literally, his channel is literally pixel art university. Like, I want to build pixel art. This is where you learn. Thanks, man. This definitely gives me a new avenue to look into a bit. Only issue is I'd be a garbage interviewer since I'm the apper myself. Just takes practice, dude. You might kind of be a crap interviewer the first 10 times, but you learn. The one thing that you do have to learn is let people talk. Don't cut people off, because it makes you look like a jerk. Who else? Ryan Laley, that's who I worked with. He's like, oh, just random, lot of Unreal Engine tips. He's got a horror game he's working on as well. He does open office hours too. He does a lot of interviews with people too, I believe. He's like a low poly guy. Modeling stuff. These guys just do like a whole bunch. These guys post a lot. Talking about random shit. And the games they work on. I forget. I follow a lot of people. But yeah, niches are always obviously fantastic. Trying to think of I think Zug's another 3D artist. Does a lot of stylized WoW oriented graphics. There's Joppa, the creative lead on but yeah, just, give me a new avenue look. Only issue is yeah, okay. Sorry. Alright, continuing. My last thing today is finishing this regen fix. Okay, I can delete this. Okay, so I think I was doing Chanter. Did Rogue. I think I did Tank, but let's just double check. This is the Tank. And we'll just do like 10 every 5, maybe. No. Let's keep it 5. Mage. Regen base. Boom, boom. Chanter I did. Archer I did. And Rogue I did. Okay, I think that's good. I think I'm done for tonight. All right. Well, thank you guys for sticking around, watching. Really appreciate all the chit chat. I'll be back tomorrow as I probably work on my combat system and maybe make a whole bunch of abilities for the combat system. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Both of you guys, thank you for the follow. Again, if you stick around, I don't know what time you guys are available, but like Sunday we'll do a play test. So if you want to come hang out and get some XP, I'll throw our servers up at that time. I'll probably announce it tomorrow in the Discord, giving a heads up for Sunday playtest. And I didn't want to do too long of a test this weekend because I know Monster Memories has been their stuff, so I figured that most people testing MMOs are probably doing Monster Memories. So I'll just keep building and be there for, and like don't worry if you don't make it. It's not great. Our main playtest is next weekend, so I'm just mostly I like to check in after a week of development and do a little bit of small QA testing myself, and that way I can make sure that the next weekend I don't have a bunch of shit to fix before the test starts. So dev stuff. Anyways, thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. See you tomorrow.